Oh, hey there, Otavio, and hi there, Otavio. Have a good lurk. And good evening, everyone. Oh. Parallel. I see. Anyway.
It is time for some Umineko episode 4.
I love Darth Kinzo. Oh, that's right, I need to switch over game capture. There we go. Okay, so last time Darth Kinzo started annihilating everybody on the island. Although he's still doing it according to the witch's epitaph. And then he was gonna go talk to the grandkids and ask them about stuff. Also, why is my thing? Yes, for some reason it's not using. There we go. Now the Fumo can move. Oh, wait. That should be better. For some reason the microphone sensitivity was way down. Okay. Right, and we stopped at a cliffhanger. Because somehow, Rosa is alive. Maybe. Question mark? Silent. Black. Cold. Painful. Rosa regained consciousness bit by bit. And the first thing she thought was that it would have been better if she hadn't. After all, with her body this cold and hurting, pain grew the more her consciousness returned. Felt like she'd been sleeping on ice-cold marble in the darkness, lying face down for a long time. This is why I always tell myself, even if it's just for a nap, I've got to at least grab a sofa. I know that if I naively try to close my eyes for just a second, and end up sleeping on the floor or in the study chair, it'll hurt my body later and make things difficult. Since I slept on such a cold and hard floor, even my bones are ice cold. Hmm. Is she alive, or is she like turned into some zombie or something? As I slept on such a hard and cold floor, the half of my face pressed down against it hurts a lot. If I were to look in a mirror right now, I'm sure I'd see an embarrassing mark. Yeah. I didn't think that just rubbing it would make that mark disappear, but I stroked the hurting side of my face anyway, trying to smooth it over. Wait, what? I wonder where this is. I thought it was pitch black, but it looks like it isn't. After all, I can faintly see my own body. Without a doubt, there was some source of light, but even if I looked up at the ceiling, or else the sky, there was only an expanse of blackness, and I couldn't see a proper light. My body alone was slightly lit, whereas everything else was sunk in darkness. That's what this world was like. Almost as though Rosa alone had been abandoned in a forgotten world. As her mind grew clearer, she started getting nervous about why she was all alone in a place like this. When she was about to call out, asking if anyone was there, she heard the patter, patter of footsteps coming towards her. They were light footsteps, so she thought it was probably a kid. She didn't sense anything disturbing, so she wasn't afraid. But they also weren't Maria's footsteps. So, wondering who in the world would be in a darkness like this, she stared in the direction the footsteps were coming from. As she did, a faint, approaching silhouette came into view. It looked like a child much younger than Maria. Oh, Sakataro? Who is it? I don't know this kid. But the expression on his face was like a lost child separated from his parents. As a parent with a daughter herself, Rosa felt as though her chest had been torn apart.
ウリュウ。
The instant the kid muttered that infantile word, she felt pain in the half of her face that had started hurting from the cold floor, as though it had been pierced by long, thin, hard needles. Without thinking, she pressed her hand against that side of her face.
大丈夫？まだ痛い？
Are you alright? Does it still hurt?
ありがとう、僕。ここはどこ？すごく寒いわ。
Thanks. I'm fine, little guy. Where are we? It's really cold.
こっちへ来て。ここにいちゃいけない。
Come this way. You mustn't stay here. That child took my other hand and pulled with a grim expression on his face. Rosa didn't have a clue what was going on. However, a single honest expression on a child can often tell the truth better than 100 words from an adult. She didn't know the situation, but even so, she dashed along with him, still being pulled. But this was a world where nothing could be seen in the darkness except for their own forms. It didn't even really feel like she was moving forward. Even though she was still running, she couldn't feel any wind. It was as though she was still inside a nightmare. That kind of unreal sensation. So even though I ran, I couldn't maintain my sense of balance, and my legs got tangled and I fell. Even in a world that didn't feel real, the pain of smashing my face against the cold, hard floor was reality itself.
ウリュウ。大丈夫？
Are you okay?
ごめんなさいね。頭が痛むの。
I'm sorry, my head hurts. When the kid said that infantile word, you, pain like being struck with needles ran through my head again. Even though it had only happened twice, I was somehow able to understand that the child's word was the cause of my pain. So I said so frankly.
ごめんなさい。その、ウリュウという口癖をやめてもらえる？
I'm sorry. Could you stop saying Uryu?
ウリュウ。ちょっと、やめてって言ってるでしょ。
Wait a second. Didn't I tell you to stop?
ごめんなさい。
Sorry. I had the feeling that this child's apology caused a sharp pain in my forehead this time. What is this child? I know there's no malice in him. But when I'm around this child, I My head hurts.
大丈夫？早く行こう。ここは行っちゃダメ。
Are you okay? Let's go, quickly. You mustn't stay here.
どうしてここにいちゃダメなの？ねえ、ここはどこ？あなたは誰？あなたのママはどこ？
Why shouldn't I be here? Hey, where is this? Who are you? Where's your mama?
僕を作ってくれたのはママだよ。
The one who made me. You, Mama. Nani? That child stared at me with round eyes. This kid's mama is me? Who? Who is this kid? I don't remember at all.
僕のこと忘れちゃった？ママが僕を作ったんだよ。
Did you forget about me? You made me, right?
ちょっと冗談はやめて。私の子供はマリアだけよ。そう。マリアはどこ？マリアはどこなの？マリア！
Wait a second. Stop kidding around. Maria is my only child. That's right. Where is Maria? Where is she? Maria! I suddenly grew nervous about Maria not being there. Why am I all alone in a place like this? Where is Maria? I'm only able to be me because Maria's there for me.
マリアはいるけど今はマリアじゃない。今は会わない方がいいの。その方がママのためだしマリアのためなの。マリアのためにも逃げて。
Maria is here, but she's not Maria now. It's better if you don't meet with her now. That's better for your sake, Maria's as well. Maria's sake as well. Escape.
え？何を言ってるの？マリアはどこ？マリア！返事をして！
Huh? What are you saying? Where is Maria? Maria? Answer me!
マリアに見つかっちゃう。早くこっちに来て、ママ！
Maria's gonna find you. Come this way, quickly, Mama. That child pulled on my hand again. He was probably pulling me in the opposite direction from Maria. So I stopped walking.
話してよ。大体あなたは誰よ？あなたにママなんて言われる覚えはないわよ。
Let go. Just who are you? What gives you the right to call me Mama?
僕を作ってくれたのはママだよ。忘れちゃったの？マリアのバースデープレゼントにするために僕を手作りしてくれたの忘れちゃったの？
Mama is the one who made me. Did you forget? For Maria's birthday present, you made me with your own hands. Did you forget?
あなたマリアの作太郎。
You couldn't be. Maria's Sakutaro?
ママに作ってもらったライオンのぬいぐるみだよ。
Yes. The lion stuffed animal Mama made. Okay. A fierce, sharp pain struck me. It came from the palm he had grasped with his hand. When I knocked his hand away without thinking, and looked at my palm, a hole the size of a thumb had opened there, and deep red blood gushed out. It was a hole so big that I could see through to the other side.
ウリュウ大丈夫？大丈夫？どうしたの？
Are you okay? Are you okay? What's wrong? Sakutaro noticed my wound and panicked. As far as I could tell by looking at him, he couldn't understand why my hand had sustained a serious injury. But in my eyes, it felt like I'd been injured because he'd grabbed my hand. Regardless of whether there was malice in him, I understood that this child was something that would do harm to me, and he instantly seemed eerie.
あっちへ行って。あなたなんか知らないわ。作太郎は気持ち悪い下手くそなぬいぐるみでしょ。私は知らないわよ。ママなんかじゃないわよ。あっちへ行って。消えて。
Go away. You have nothing to do with me. Sakutaro was just a disgusting, crappy stuffed animal, right? I don't know you. I'm not your mama. Go away. Disappear.
Bruh.
Pain. Slowly, the base of Sakutaro's neck was sliced in a horizontal line. It gaped open, and pitch-black insides peeked out. Yikes. No blood poured from it. Only an empty blackness peeked out. Oh. Dang. Then, from the insides of the gash, cotton snow poured out, and as bits of cotton scattered, he slumped over. Then, all that remained was a crumpled yellow cloth, and bits of cotton that looked like sticky, crushed cotton candy. Oh. A lion stuffed animal. Without a doubt. These were the remains of the Sakutaro stuffed animal I tore apart on that day, while overcome by my emotions.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Pain. The instant I realized that, a long, sharp shriek that could rupture an eardrum tore the world apart. Pain. Like a flood from a broken dam, or like a broken TV, Maria cried out in a high-pitched voice. Her voice, which made the ears throb, brought up two emotions in me. One was regret. Yeah, I was overcome by my emotions, and went overboard. It was a mother's desire to kneel down right away, hold Maria's head, cry with her and apologize. In actual fact, I did that right away. I held Maria's head and apologized, crying. But Maria didn't stop crying. On the contrary, she rejected me, the one who had torn her closest friends apart, and pushed me away forcefully with both hands. I had been on my knees in an unnatural position, so I fell backwards easily. Maria scraped together the yellow scraps of cloth and cotton bits, buried her face in them, and cried even more. Watching that, another emotion welled up rapidly, and then it burst. After all, he refused to make up with me, even though I'd apologized. And there was nothing else I could do now anyway. And it was all Maria's fault in the first place. Oh no. Since she's too busy playing with stuffed animals all the time like this, she can't make any friends. And that's why people treat her like a freak. This is a perfect opportunity to give her some instructive guidance. After all, it's not like I was pampered all the time. Everything eventually breaks, is stolen, is destroyed by someone. Even I had lots of toys and treasures stolen, broken, mocked, and thrown away by my brothers and sisters. Brothers and sister, and father and mother. But when I cried about that, while I might have shed a few tears, not once did I sob like this and trouble my parents, throw a tantrum, get mad, hit the floor and kick and make a racket. Even though I always wanted to, I thought I'd get in more trouble if I did, so I always held it back. It's because I held it back that I was able to become the wonderful adult that I am now.
Wow.
Yeah. Where's Darth Ginzo? I need more Darth Ginzo in my life. Counteract this abomination. At that moment, I felt something strange. The same feeling as when you use a tool recklessly, and it finally breaks, so that only the base is left. But I wasn't using a tool. I'd just been repeatedly hitting Maria's head with both hands. Excuse me, what? So, I looked at my hands. From my wrists onwards, my hands had broken off, splintered, and disappeared. As though only that part of my arms had become ceramic. No. As though all of me from the wrists onward had suddenly become ceramic, and had broken and fallen. They must have gotten filled with cracks because I hit Maria too much, before falling off. After all, look. Aren't both of my wrists lying smashed by my feet? There was no pain. But the shocking sight of my hands breaking off from the wrists onwards made me scream.
何これ何これ私の手
What is this? What is this? My hands, my hands, my hands!
これでもうマリアを叩けないね。
This way, you won't be able to hit me anymore. Ignoring my confusion, Maria spoke with an icy voice, slowly moving her hands away from her head, where they had been defending against my barrage.
何よこれ私の手私の手何をしたのよマリアこれは何なのよ何これ何これ
What's happening? My hands, my hands. What did you do, Maria? What is this? What on earth is this? Behind Maria's back, a black silhouette had appeared. It was the silhouette of an adult. Who?
娘の頭を撫で絵本をめくる温かい食事を作ることのできる腕なら残してもよいかと考
If she'd used those hands for patting her daughter's head, flipping through picture books, or making warm meals, it may have been worth leaving them on.
ママはマリアの頭を撫でるより叩く方が多いよ。絵本なんかめくってくれない。ご飯だって作ってくれない。マリアが自分で買いに行くの。
Mama hit my head more than she patted it. She never opens picture books. She doesn't even make me food. I go to buy it myself.
でも同じお店に何度も行っちゃいけないし、顔を覚えられてもいけない。おまわりさんに話しかけてもいけない。なんで？どうして？マリアが悪いの？
But I mustn't go to the same store more than once. Mustn't have my face remembered. Mustn't talk to the policeman. Why? Why is that? Is it my fault? Man. When even Beatrice has that judging stare, you know you done fucked up.
マリアはママに撫でてもらったり、絵本を読んでもらったり、一緒にご飯を食べたりしちゃいけないの？どうして？どうして？マリア悪くないよ。マリア悪くない。ママが悪い。ママが悪い。
Am I not allowed to have Mama pat my head? Have picture books read to me? Or eat dinner with Mama? Why not? Why not? I didn't do anything wrong. It isn't my fault. It's Mama's. Mama's fault.
ママは一緒に遊んでくれないけど、サク太郎は一緒に遊んでくれた。本も読んでくれた。テレビも見てくれた。一緒にご飯も食べてくれた。ママよりもっともっと大切な友達だったのに。
Mama wouldn't play with me, but Sakutaro did. He even read books, watched TV, and ate meals with me. He was a much, much better friend than Mama was. Man, I gotta say, the music makes this scene so intense.
悪かったと思ってるわ。でも仕方ないでしょ。ママは仕事で忙しいのよ。仕事で。ママの仕事が忙しいのは知ってるでしょ。仕方ないのよ。仕方ない。
I'm not proud of it. But what am I supposed to do? I'm busy with work. Work, I tell you. You know that, right? It was unavoidable. There's nothing I can do. Yes, your 3-day work. Which is totally not just a vacation. And who knows how many other times she's gone on vacation while saying she had work.
そう。これは仕方なき。そなたの娘が傷つき、心を引き裂かれ、涙に血を浮かべることさえ、これは仕方なき。なれば今この場にてこのようなることになるもまた、すべては仕方なきこと。
True enough, it was unavoidable. Unavoidable that you'd injure your daughter, tearing her heart apart and making her tears run with blood. In that case, there's no avoiding the same thing happening again, right here, right now.
さあ、マリ。母を名乗った女の言い分は以上だ。許せ。否。無罪か。はたまた有罪か。
Come, Maria. Enough of the excuses from a woman who calls herself a mother. Can you forgive her or not? Is she innocent or guilty?
許せない。ママは有罪だ。サク太郎にママがしたのと同じ目に合わせてやる。ママを首の縫い目のところから引き裂いて中の綿をぶちまけてやる。
I won't forgive her. Mama's guilty. I'll make Mama meet the same fate she gave to Sakutaro. Take Mama from the seam at the neck and tear her apart so we can see the cotton inside her. Yikes. Yikes. Maria's eyes ominously flashed blue. In that instant, invisible, massive arms stuck their fingernails out and tightly grasped Rose's entire body. As the bones all over her body made a sound like twigs being stepped on, they cracked readily and broke apart. Rosa had understood vaguely. The massive arms were probably her own arms, from the time she'd torn Sakutaro apart. From a stuffed animal's perspective, her arms certainly would have been this massive. So she could imagine what would happen next. The sharp nails stuck deep into the base of her neck, and she heard the skin tearing with her own ears. Then, as the two witches watched over her, Rosa's flesh was split in two, top and bottom. When Sakutaro had been torn apart, bits of cotton had flown about like snowflakes. But in Rosa's case, something like black, thick tar came out, filthily flying all over the place. Ooh. But fitting. There wasn't even a trace of the red of blood. It was something black, filthy, and thick. It was probably what a bloodless, tearless human kept inside their body. This is incredible. Hideous. What filthy insides. Splendidly done, Maria. Well then, is this enough for your revenge? Can you forgive your mother or not? Innocent or guilty?
許せない。まだまだ許せない。有罪だ。
I can't forgive her. Still can't forgive her. She's guilty. When Beatrice brandished her pipe cane, gold butterflies seeped up and restored Rosa's broken flesh in an instant. Feel the depths of your sin, which cannot be repaid by a single human life. And remember your own great sin. Come, try and remember. Remember the scale of your sin.
もしもし、ママなの？ママは何時に帰ってくるの？ごめんなさいね。
Hello, is it Mama? When will you get home?
今日も仕事が忙しくて泊まりになってしまう。
I'm sorry. I'm busy with work today, so I'm staying over.
またお仕事でお泊まり？ママのお仕事、今日も大変だね。
Staying over for work again? Looks like work is tough for you again today, Mama.
ごめんね。本当に忙しいの。もうずっと会社に缶詰よ。
外の空気も吸えやしないわ。ママの仕事は早く終わらすだけじゃダメなの。より良いデザインをあげないと次から仕事をもらえない大変な仕事なのよ。だからどうしても時間がかかっちゃうの。
Yeah, sorry. I really am busy. I'll be holed up in the company the whole time. I can't even get a breath of outside air. Mama just can't finish her job quickly this time. Unless I give them a better design, I won't be given another job. That's how tough this work is. So it'll just have to take some time. She lied as easily as she breathed.
わかってるよ。マリア、いい子でお留守番してるから、お仕事いっぱい頑張って早く終わらせてお家に帰ってきてね。
Yeah, I understand. I'll be a good girl and watch over the house. So do your best at work, finish it quickly, and come back, okay?
ママのお仕事を分かってくれてありがとう。明日美味しいケーキを買って帰ることを約束するわ。
Thank you for understanding about Mama's work. I promise I'll buy a delicious cake tomorrow and take it home.
ケーキいらないよ。ケーキ屋さんによって遅くなるより、その分ちょっとでも早くママが帰ってくる方が嬉しい。
Bruh. I don't need cake. Instead of taking time to go to the cake store, I'd be happier if you came home that much sooner. Just got hit by feels right out of left field. Oof.
大丈夫よ。早く帰ってくるわ。約束する。だから美味しいケーキを2人で食べて、美味しい紅茶を2人で飲んで、一緒に新しい絵本を読みましょう。この間買った狼と羊のパズルで遊びましょうね。2人で一緒に。約束よ。
Don't worry. I'll come back quickly, I promise. So let's have some delicious cake together. Let's drink delicious tea together. Let's read a new picture book together. Let's play with that wolves and sheep puzzle I bought the other day. Both of us together. I promise.
Bruh.
約束。待ってるね。お仕事頑張ってね、ママ。
Yeah, promise. I'll be waiting. Do your best at work, Mama.
ほうほう、寂しい話ではあるが、互いを思い合う良き親子愛である。何か問題があるというのか、マリ。そしてローザ。
Oh, it's a lonely story, but isn't this mother-daughter love wonderful? With both looking out for the other? Do you see any problem with it, Maria? Rosa?
その約束は私はちゃんと守ったはずよ。次の日の夕方に約束通りケーキを買っていつもより早い帰宅をしたはずよ。
I kept that promise, didn't I? The next evening, didn't I do as promised? Buying a cake and returning earlier than usual?
マリアは知ってたよ。あの日の夕方ね、ママ宛てに着払いの荷物が来たけど、お財布の中のお金が足りなかったから、ママにどうしようって相談したくて会社に電話したの。特別な時以外はかけちゃダメって言われてたけど、ママのお仕事の大切なものだったら悪いしと思って電話したの。
That's not it. I knew. That evening, a pay-on-delivery package came for Mama, but there wasn't enough money in the wallet, so I called Mama's company to ask what to do. I was told to only call at special times, but I thought it'd be bad if the package was something important for Mama's work. So I called. Oh, oh, she knew. So, I mean, I assume this was an actual thing that occurred in the solidified timeline, or in the true timeline. So Maria did know that her mom was lying to her.
そしたらママはお休みだって言われた。その日はずっと前からお休みに決まってて、遠くへ遊びに行っているって言われたの。マリアは知ってたよ。ママが嘘をついてるって。ずっと知ってた。
Then I was told that Mama had the day off. I was told that it had been decided long ago that Mama would have that day off, and that she'd gone far away to play. I knew. The whole time. I knew Mama was lying.
でもね、サクタロがそうじゃないってマリアを叱ってくれたの。
But you know what? Sakutaro scolded me, saying that it wasn't true.
ママは毎日お仕事でとても大変。マリアを放っておいて遊んでるはずなんてないって。ママはお休みって言った人はきっと何か勘違いして言ってしまったんだよって。
Every day, Mama was very busy with work. There was no way she'd abandon Maria and play. He said that the person who told us Mama had the day off must have made some kind of mistake.
サクタロがそう言うんだもん。マリアは信じたよ。マリアは信じた。ママ大好き、ママ大好き。もちろんママだってマリアを愛してる、愛してるって。
That's what Sakutaro said. So I believed it. I believed it. I love Mama, love her. Of course, Mama says that she loves me.
ええ、私もよ。愛してるわ、マリア。
Yes, me too. I love you, Maria.
I will send you to Jesus.
Yeah. Rosa really be deserving that tar black substance inside instead of blood. Rosa let out a deep sigh. Maybe she felt the weight of her words. Then she set the receiver on the bedside phone down. The dark room made the starry sky on the ground below the windows stand out even more beautifully. On the table in front of the terrace was a very cold wine cooler, and the one she shared a glass with was gazing at the scene below.
娘さんに旅行って話してないんですか?
You didn't tell your daughter you went on vacation?
行くって言って前にうるさかったんで、以来言わないことにしてるんです。その方が面倒がなくていいんで。
I told her once, but she was so noisy that I decided not to tell her anymore. Less work that way. Bruh. I literally can't even right now. So, how is she so okay with this? Like, now the guy knows that she lies to her child and has a bad outlook on her child. So is she just like having one night stands or something? Because how would that make you appeal to a guy Like, that would make him be like, nope. And just get out of there.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
And if he didn't care, well, that's... Yeah, that... I don't know. Not really good for anybody. But man. Man.
娘さんが気になるなら無理に日程を組まなくてもよかったじゃありませんか。
If you were worried about your daughter, you didn't have to force yourself to put this in your schedule, right? It seems like he does care a little bit about how she treats her daughter. What is going on here?
でもそれじゃいつまで経っても予定が合わないし、それは気にしないでって言ったでしょ。
But that way, we'd never get our schedules to match. Didn't I say not to worry about that? The slender, middle-aged man clad in a white robe gave a small sigh. Rosa reacted instantly to that slight action.
もう娘の話はなしにして。せっかくの上等なワインが台無しよ。
Come on, let's not talk about my daughter. It'd be a waste of this precious wine.
私はあなたに一人の人間としても女性としても魅力を感じています。ですが、だからこそあなたとして時間を割くのは申し訳ないと感じています。
I find you fascinating as both a woman and a human being. But for that very reason, I feel bad about taking so much of your time that it strains your relationship with your daughter. Yeah, okay, so I don't know if Rosa's just not seeing it, how her actions, it seems like, are making a bad impact on her relationship with this guy. But yeah, it's... Oh boy, oh Rosa.
私と娘の事情は気にしないでくださいっていつもあなたと二人きりの時に娘の話はしないようにしているでしょ。電話だって下のロビーでうるさい酔っ払いがバカ笑いしてなければここではかけなかった。
Don't I always tell you not to worry about my relationship with my daughter? I try not to talk about her when I'm alone with you, okay? I wouldn't even have phoned from here if it weren't for the noisy drunk laughing stupidly in the lobby downstairs. Yeah, she loves her daughter, alright.
ローザさん、こういう唐突な日程での旅行は娘さんのためにも今後は少し考えませんか。互いの日程があった時だけでいいじゃありませんか。
Rosa-san, can't you reconsider taking sudden vacations like this in the future? For your daughter's sake? Isn't it enough if we only meet when our schedules match?
それじゃ全然日程が合わないじゃないですか。私はいつだって一緒にいたいのに。
Our schedules will never match up that way, right? And I always want to be with you. Fringe.
それは子供の恋愛の仕方です。大人同士の恋愛はもう少しストイックであるべきですよ。ローザさんと一緒にいられる時間が長く取れないことは僕も寂しいです。ですが、その限られた時間と機会で僕たちは十分に大人の恋愛を楽しめていると思いますよ。
That's a child's way of loving. Loving between adults should be a little more stoic. Not being able to be with you for long periods of time makes me lonely too. However, I think we can enjoy more than enough adult loving during that limited time.
Wow.
それはもっと娘と一緒にいろと。女でなく母でいろということですか。
So you're telling me to go be with my daughter more? Be a mother, not a woman?
あなただって望んでいることでしょう。娘さんと一緒にゆっくり過ごしたいとあなただって思っているはずだ。僕は逃げません。僕との時間を優先するために娘さんを犠牲にするのは気の毒だと申し上げたいのです。
That's what you want too, right? You must also want to spend lots of time with your daughter. I won't run away. I'm trying to say that I think it's sad for you to sacrifice your daughter so you can prioritize your time with me.
奥さんとのより戻したんですか？
Wow.
別れるのが嫌になったんですね。
Did you get back on good terms with your wife? Looks like you've had about enough of being separated from her. I see. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Man. Rosa is actually trash. Or maybe worse than trash. Because trash can be recycled.
妻の話はしたくない。あなたが娘さんの話をしたくないのと同じです。
I don't want to talk about my wife. Just like you don't want to talk about your daughter.
子連れの女は面倒だって思ったんでしょう。
I'm sure you think single women with children are a pain.
そんなこと今までに一度も言ったことはありませんよ。
I've never said anything of the sort before.
みんな子連れだと分かると手のひらを返す。あの子の養育費は気にしなくていいからと言ってもみんな手のひらを返す。あなたは娘のことを理解してくれてると思ったのに、やっぱり子連れだと嫌なんですね。
Whenever someone finds out I have a child, they desert me. Even if I tell them not to worry about paying that child's living expenses, they all desert me. I thought you understood about my daughter. But I guess you don't like single women with children after all.
そうは言っていません。ローザさんのことを嫌いになってなどいませんよ。私が言いたいのは娘さんをもっと大事にしなさい。あなた自身もそれを望んでいるはずだ。だからそう言ってるだけなんです。
Oops. That's not what I'm saying. I haven't started to dislike you, Rosa-san. I'm just trying to tell you to take better care of your daughter. Something I know you wish for yourself. And I don't want you to hurt yourself by lying to her. That's all I'm saying.
嘘つき！私のことが面倒になっただけ。そうでしょ？
Liar. I've just become a burden for you, right?
そんなことは言っていない。
That's not what I'm saying.
いいえ、わかるの。私にはわかるわ。あの子を理由に何度も捨てられた私だからわかるの。雰囲気でわかるわ。そうよ、あなたもそう。他の男たちと一緒。子連れの女は嫌なのよ。バツイチは嫌なのよ。面倒なのよ。
No, I know. I understand. After being abandoned so many times because of that child, I know. I can tell by your mood. Yes, you're already like those other men. You don't want a woman with a child. You don't want a divorcee, because that's a pain.
知らない男と作った子供の親になんかなりたくないんでしょ？ええ、そうよね。その気持ちすっごいわかるわ。子連れの男と付き合ったことがあるけど、その気持ちすっごいわかったの。だから娘を理解してくれるあなたとなら一緒になれるって信じたのに。
You don't want to become the parent of a child made with another man, right? Yes, that's right. I totally get it. I once went out with a man with children, so I really get how you feel. That's why I believed I'd be able to be together with you, a person who understood about my daughter.
あんたなんて邪魔だったのよ。
That's right. You were always in the way. Oh snap. Did she ever care about Maria? Oh boy. Well, yeah, I'm sure just at least a tiny bit of her does care about Maria, but it's just gotten so overshadowed by the part that hates her.
あんたさえいなければ私はとっくに女としての幸せをつかめたのよ。あんたの存在が私の幸せをいつも邪魔するのよ。
If only you didn't exist, I would have been able to grasp my happiness as a woman long ago. Because you exist, you are always in the way of my happiness.
私だってあんたなんか産みたくなかったわよ。いいえ違うわ。あんたと一緒に幸せな家庭を築けたらと思ったわよ。でもあんたが生まれる直前にあいつは蒸発したわ。私と温かい家庭を築くと言って私を騙し永遠に私の前から消え去ったわ。
Even I didn't want you to be born. No, that's not it. I thought that I might be able to build a happy family together with you. But that man disappeared right before your birth. He said he'd build a warm family with me, tricked me, and disappeared from my sight for all eternity.
残ったのはあんただけ。愛も思い出も何もない。あの男は今どこへ？私との日々を温かな思い出に勝手に変えて新しい恋人に出会ったかもしれない。そして今度こそ幸せな家庭を築けたかもしれない。そして私はあんたがいる。恋も探せない。
Only you were left. No love or memories or anything remained. Where did that man go? He probably just turned my days with him into a warm memory and met with a new love. And this time, he might have been able to create a happy family. And as for me, I have you. I can't even look for a new love.
男は好きに女を渡り歩いて武勇伝気取り。なのに女には私にはあんたがいる。あんたという重しがいるのよ。あんたのせいで私は恋を探せない。愛が得られない。一人で生きていくしかない。
Men can go between women as they like and brag about it. But for a woman, for me, I have you. I had you as a stone weight, and because of you, I can't search for romance, can't find love, and I can only live alone.
いいえ、それさえも許されてないわ。私には一人で酔いつぶれたい夜さえ許されていない。あんたは誰？何者？私の人生を台無しにして私の新しい人生さえ許してくれないあんたは私の人生の何者なのよ。死ね！消えろ！あんたなんか生まれてきた時から大嫌い。あんたがお腹の中にいた頃から大嫌いだった。それを前向きに受け入れようと頑張って良き母を演じてきたわ。私は頑張った。
No, I wasn't even allowed that. I wasn't even allowed to have a night to drink myself drunk all alone. Who are you? Who? You wasted my life, and won't even let me have a new life. Just who are you to my life? Die. Disappear. I've hated you since the time you were born. I've hated you since the time you were in my womb. I've been doing my best to act like a good mother so that I'd be accepted by the outside world. Yes, I've done my best.
同世代の女性たちが特進を謳歌し、時に恋に遊び、あるいは愛に結ばれるのを横目に見ながら、私は女と母の二足のわらじを吐き続けたわ。その私の苦労を誰も褒めない、称えない。
As I watched over other women of my generation praised being single, sometimes playing with passion or even being joined with someone in love, I was stuck being both a mother and a woman. Who ever showed appreciation for my efforts? No one admired me. No one praised me.
自業自得。子持ちはいいや。負け組の遠吠え。うぶな小娘がいい。こっちから願い下げよう。ケツの青い若造どもが。必死だった私はさぞかし簡単に落ちる女に見えたろうさ。必死だったわよ。まだまだ恋をしたい年頃の私が日々を仕事と育児で忙殺されていき、どれほど必死だったか想像もつかないでしょうよ。
I got what I deserved. Secondhand goods. Divorcee should die. You don't want anyone who's not a virgin? I'm not the one who doesn't want anything to do with you. Or I'm the one who doesn't want anything to do with you. Damn inexperienced virgin brats. Yikes. I was so desperate, I probably looked like an easy woman to you. Yes, I was desperate. You probably couldn't imagine how a desperate woman like me, who's still at the age where she wants to know love, was. When I realized that my time was being filled with work and caring for my child so that I'd probably grow old and end my life still like this.
あんたの本当の父親ももちろん憎いわよ。でも破局を迎えた責任は私と彼に半々だわ。私にも逃げられるだけのしつこさがあったのかもしれない。でもその後の破局は全部あんたのせい。私はあんたにそれをなじったことはあったないでしょ。
Of course I hate your real father too, but we both share the blame for bringing about that catastrophe. I myself might have been persistent enough to make him run away. But the catastrophes after that were all your fault. When did I ever scold you for that? Never, right? No. I've been thinking. And part of the reason I didn't do this because it's weird to do this at this point. But I don't know. I might just stop reading after this stuff, because that would help me get through stuff faster. Especially in weird parts like this that feel weird to read. But I guess just for the sake of this, I will put up a poll. You want me to continue voicing characters? And if nobody votes, or yeah, if nobody votes, then I'm just gonna stop voicing characters. Like, 'cause I know it's weird to do this now, but it does sort of wear on me. There we go. There's a poll. Popping in to say you don't really mind. Weird parts be weird. Yeah, and another thing, like, I realize I'm making this like twice as long as it has to be because I let them read over the stuff and then I go. And also, it's getting harder and harder to have different voices because we get so many new people. I'm thinking maybe, like, I should just stop voicing stuff. Also, I don't think it's very good for my viewer count. Like, I don't know, nobody really says anything. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, it's just, it's on me to gauge the audience opinion. Oh, excuse me. I got water down the wrong pipe. But yeah, there's a part of me that sort of wondered.
Water.
Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, there's a part of me that wondered this entire time, like, for everything I voice, that, like, I don't voice things that are already voiced in English, but stuff that's voiced in a different language I tend to voice. And I wonder if that turns people off. Like I said, nobody really says anything about it, but I just have this feeling that people don't really care for it. I don't know. Now I know some people might, and that's why I'm giving them the chance with this poll. But yeah. And you know what? While this poll is going, I might as well take a bathroom break. But yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Going back to lurking? Okay. Thanks for popping in and saying your opinion. Game capture? There you go. Okay. Has anybody voted yes? No? Okay. Then I think from now I'm just gonna stop voice acting characters. Well, that'll also make it, I mean, that'll make it easier on me. And like I said, it doesn't really seem like people care for the voice acting. I don't know. I mean, like I said, maybe some people are, maybe some people like it, I don't know. But, yeah. It just feels like more people dislike it. Now, I usually try not to care too much about, like, viewer count or anything having to do with the meta part of streaming. But sometimes you do gotta care about this stuff. I just try to make it as minimal as possible. Anyway, with that decided, let's keep going.
男に逃げられて酔いつぶれたいその次の日があんたの授業参観。泣き晴らした目を発言賞でごまかして、あんたが的外れな発言をしてクラス中から失笑されてた時の私の気持ちなんて、あんたどころか世界中の誰にもわからないでしょうよ。あんたが嫌い、大嫌い。そしてこれまでにあんたを本当に愛したことなんてただの一度もない。
Oh, and another thing that I've been thinking, with in terms of voicing characters and whatnot, it does tend to take away from the more impactful scenes, I think. But do let me know if I'm advancing the text too fast. I'll still read off the stuff that's not read off itself. But anything that the characters read themselves, I'm not going to voice act anymore. Maria's face was still stiff. If the words really had been blades, Maria's whole body would probably be stained red with fresh blood by now. Even after gaining the power of a witch and resolving herself to take revenge for Sakutaro, she couldn't stand these curses coming out of her mother's mouth.
Papa!
溺れた女のなんと醜きことか。これがこの女の本性よ。邪悪を極めし千年の魔女のわらわとて見るに耐えぬことこの上なし。
Man, even I, as a witch who has explored the depths of evil, find this most difficult to watch. Man, Rosa really done fucked up.
ああ、マリアよ。今こそ決別の時。そなたの母を名乗った醜き肉の塊を打ち砕け。そなたの無垢なる魂を親子なる鎖にてこれ以上束縛される意味はなし。自らの魂を自らの手で。今こそ解放せよ。そなたは自らを守る牙と爪を今こそ手に入れたのだ。
Bonkadobia.
マリアを苦しめてきた日々を今こそ思い知らせてやる。苦しみの日々を今こそ復讐してやる。
その私を苦しめてきたのはあんたじゃない。私が復讐したいくらいよ。あんたが生まれる前にそうすればよかった。あんたなんか産まなければよかった。消えてしまえ。うわ
As Rosa howled, in a way that can only be described by the word splat, her upper body was crushed, and in an instant became something similar to a wrung, blood-stained towel.
潰れてしまえ。許せない。許せない。
クズがふさわしい姿よ。
Even though Rosa's waist and below was standing normally, just the upper half of her body had been pinched, and that extreme contrast was bizarre. Then she fell over, but the instant she fell, her body was restored.
死になさいよ、あんたが。
さあマリア、そなたの怒りと悲しみ、この程度のものなの。今こそ復讐の時、怒りと悲しみの生産の時。ぶつけろ、吐き出せ。そなたの胸に打ち込まれたくさびをすべて押し出し跳ね返せ。
Maria's howl was adorned with the ugly sound of flesh and bone being crushed at the same time. As Rosa, who had foully insulted Maria, lay spread-eagled, a neat, perfect circle was cut out of her chest and crushed, as though her chest had been trampled by an invisible elephant. Her heart and her lungs and her ribs were trampled so mercilessly that they were completely indistinguishable. It might have symbolized the pain in Maria's heart up until today.
さあマリア、そなたの気はこれで晴れたの。母の罪は許せる。いいな。無罪。有罪か。
許せない。まだまだ全然許せない。ママは有罪だ。有罪有罪有罪。許せない。
無論だとも。そなたの苦渋の日々、この程度の罰で見合ってなるものか。思い知るがいいローザ。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。殺されるためによみがえれ。己が罪を見そぐために殺されよ。何度でも。
When Beato waved her cane, the body was restored again, and Rosa sat up, coughing violently in apparent pain. And once again, she spat out curses rejecting Maria.
お前はママなんかじゃない。魔女だ。マリアとママを苦しめる魔女だ。ママの姿をしているからって許さない。許さない。
魔女はあんたでしょ。気持ち悪い本ばかり読んで魔女ごっこにかぶれて消えるのはあんたの方よ。あんたのせいで私まで変わり者扱い。あんたのせいで、あんたのせいで。お前なんか産まなければよかった。お前なんか生まれてくるな。生まれてくる前から大嫌いだったのよ。
Maria screamed. Was she unable to bear her anger and sadness? Or else, had she been taken over by an indescribable emotion? It was surely a cry of hopelessness. And yet, it was a reality that had to be accepted. Maria knew. She knew that she was thought of as a burden. But even though she herself had known that, she didn't believe it. She'd believed that her mother loved her, and had done her best to positively interpret several events that could have made her doubt this, trusting and clinging to her mother's love. But she had no one except Mama. Even so, she really did like Mama, and wanted to return to the days when she believed that Mama loved her. So I howled, "I'll erase all of it. I won't accept it. I'll deny it. I'll deny the mother who says these things, the black witch who makes her say them, and the part of myself that can't forgive my mother. But I can't deny it. This is reality, fact, the truth, the answer. Without any mistake, this is absolute reality." Maria turned Rosa into a lump of meat over and over. Over and over, in the dark world that reflected her heart, rang the ugly sound of flesh and bone being torn apart, which would make anyone want to cover their ears. Each time, Beatrice revived Rosa. She dragged her back into the world of endless torture, which could not be escaped even by death. This was the true, deepest hell that the endless witch Beatrice could create. However, this world was not made endless by Beatrice's will, because every time Rosa turned into a lump of meat, she asked the same question to Maria.
気は晴れたか、マリア。そなたの怒りは母を許せるか。
許せるものか、許せるものか。許さない、許さない。マリアの苦しみのすべてを教えてやる。もっともっと教えてやる。まだまだ足りない、全然足りない。生まれた時から、生まれる前から蔑まれてきたこの怒りと悲しみがどうしても消せないの。
あんたなんか大嫌い、大嫌い。
Revive over and over again. Return to a meat lump over and over again. In various ways, she crushed, smashed, beat, and tore to bits. Flying blood spatter and flesh turned the once pitch-black world into a world mixed red and black. Maria's anger still hadn't calmed down. It was as though she was spitting out all of the suppressed rage from the time of her birth until today. If that all became poison to her heart, then would the repeated murder of her mother purify her soul? Would even this wasteful murder save her soul, at least a little bit? This endless torture might have become a slight diversion from her sad, unrewarded life. After all, it seemed that she'd finally been able to regain her smile.
思い知れ、マリアの不幸の根源め。思い知れ、私の痛みがこの程度ではないこと。どうしたの？もう笑わないの？笑ってみせろよ。
Half of her skull collapsed. Eyeballs flew out, and black cranial fluid gushed. Fragments of teeth scattered.
ほら、よみがえりなよ。笑ってみせなよ。ほら、ほら。
Her whole chest, along with her ribs, turned inside out, exposing her filthy innards. All of them writhed, like some kind of impure creature.
ほらほらほら。よみがえって。まだ笑える？まだ笑える？
Rosa couldn't laugh anymore, but her face was laughing. It was filled with a twisted laugh, and covered with a malice that rejected her unwanted daughter. I erased that laughing voice. Next, I'll erase that laughing face. Oh my goodness. Still coughing because of that water down the wrong pipe. I'll erase it. I'll crush it. I'll tear it to bits.
笑えよ。笑ってみせてよ、ママ。どうしたの、ママ。起きてよ。絵本を読んでよ。お散歩に行こうよ。愛してるって言ってよ。次の日曜日の約束をしようよ。お買い物に行こう。映画に行こう。そしてその約束をどうせ破るんだよ。楽しいね、ママ。楽しいね。マリアは今ママと遊んでるんだね。
そうだ、そなたは今母と遊んでいるのだ。じゃれているのだ。どうか今の感情は怒りでも悲しみでも苦しみでもないはず。
うん、そうだね。わかるよ、ベアトリーチェ。私は今すっごく楽しいよ。ママと遊んでるんだもん。すっごく楽しい。そしてママを何度も何度も殺してるのに魔法一つで好きなだけ生き返らせられる。おもちゃは壊したら直せないから大事にした。でも治るおもちゃなら何度でも壊したい。でも作太郎は治らないんだね。治せないんだね。作ったママが、産んだママが認めないから。私もママに認められてないんだね。だから壊れたマリアももう治らないんだね。
Edge.
楽しいな。楽しいよ、ママ。こんなにも楽しくなったらなぜかママが許せる気がしてきたの。ねえベアト、これはとっても不思議な感情。どうしてマリアはママを許せる気持ちになってきたの？
それは生き死にを自由にできる力を得た魔女のみがたどり着く達観の境地よ。いつでも殺せる。必要ならよみがえらせる。面倒ならまた殺せばいい。それをいつでも指一本鳴らすだけでできることを知ったなら、人の世のざれ言など その全ては聞き流すに等しい虫の声いいかよ。そなたに母を許そうという感情が芽生えたのは、そなたが母の愛に目覚めたからではない。そなたが今こそ真の魔女の世界の入り口に立ったからだ。ようこそマリア、深淵なる、そして甘美なる魔女の世界へ。
なったんだ。マリアはもうマリアじゃない。まだ見習いかもしれないけれど、人間の世界を超えた。私はもう原初の魔女見習いマリアなんだ。もう私は何も悔しくない、悲しくない。ママ、許してあげるよ。きっと私はママを許せる。もうちょっとしたら許せると思うの。だって魔女だから。
Bruh. Maria would probably forgive her mother eventually, after brutally murdering her countless times. Graciously. Isn't that lovely?
Oh, でけえな。今のラック近いんじゃねえか。みたいだね。
Yeah, so we're back back on the island now.
いくつになっても落雷にはビクッとさせられるね。
Battler was looking at the dark night through a crack in the curtains. Every once in a while, a pale white lightning bolt would shine, and he seemed to be enjoying it.
お？なんだよ、バトラが騒がしくしてるからマリアが起きちゃったじゃねえか。ごめんなマリア、バトラが騒がしくて。
I wonder if what just happened was like a dream of Maria's or something while she was sleeping.
なんだよ、俺のせいかよ。
There, Connie Ellis. New uptime looks strong, pricey as hell. Yeah, I really don't like the Ego Shard stuff. I really don't like how it uses a ton of Ego Shards. Because even with the Battle Pass, that's gonna make it like much harder to get the units. I'm already missing a bunch. I guess that's a gotcha for you. I was hoping they would be more free-to-play friendly. The strategy right now for me is to just save up, and at the end of the season, just very careful with how I spend my shards and buy everybody. I don't think I'm gonna uptie anybody right away, because I need to save my shards where I can get everybody. And I can only talk about getting everybody because I bought the season pass. So, it's not like I'm not spending money on it. That getting 2 boxes every level from buying the pass really is really necessary for that. Curious how they'll upgrade some, because they even made W Marisol look deep. Yeah, I saw people were saying about Uptie 4 really fixes some of the less useful identities. I wonder how hard Mirror Dungeon's going to be with Uptie 4. Is it actually going to be doable? I mean, some clashes I've seen, you just can't win. It's basically impossible in Mirror Dungeon hard mode. I haven't played it myself, but like I was watching Guardian Zay. Oh, funny thing, I used my despair emote in Zay's chat at one point, and he mentioned that it looked like Kinzo from Umineko. I was like, no, it's just my avatar, but after he said it, I could see it. I can sort of see it. And I think it's funny. Oh my.
悪いな、マリア。寝てていいぞ。おやすみな。
Maria was a bit hazy, with drowsy eyes. She was probably half asleep and couldn't think straight.
おお、もういい。寝ない。
いいから寝てろって。まだ寝ぼけてるぜ。
寝ぼけてない。ああ。
なんだよ、もろに寝ぼけてるじゃねえか。寝てろ寝てろおい。寝ぼけてない、寝ぼけて
ない。よせってバカバトラー。もう寝起きのこの機嫌を悪くするなんてバカだな。
寝ぼけてない、寝ぼけてないもん。
Oh my.
分かってるよ、マリアちゃん。寝ぼけてなんかないよ。だから落ち着いて。寝ぼ
けてないもん、寝ぼけてないもん。
My goodness. Maybe it was because of her delicate mental state after waking up, but Maria suddenly threw a tantrum. Battler had only been trying to tease her a bit, though he was confused by this extreme overreaction. George held her head, trying to calm her down, but Maria's tantrum wasn't going to be quelled easily. It also upgrades passives, one of the more passives. By the way, did they change how passives work again? Because I thought it was supposed to be as long as you had enough of a resource, then the passives would be triggered. But then when I was doing the Mirror Dungeon normal mode, I saw that it's only if you do resonance, which is how it was originally. So was that another thing they changed back? Oh, some are resonance and some are owned. Okay, okay, I see. I see. Just that these days most are owned? Okay. Yeah, I do like the owned better. Oh yeah, and when is that Magic School Bus thing coming? I thought that was coming soon, but I thought that would have already been out by now. Well, I guess they've been working on the hard mirror dungeon stuff. Hasn't really been time for that, but when is the Magic School Bus? July 27th. Okay. Yeah, this week is Uptide 4, next is Chapter 4.5. Okay. But man, I really hope they tune down the costs. Especially since you have to use all that stuff. Well, you have to use shards to upgrade people's egos as well. Not just the characters themselves, you have to use shards to upgrade the ego. That's pretty rough. Probably will later, but we'll see. Battler and Jessica were trying to push the blame on each other, saying, "It's your fault." Yeah, it's your fault too.
こら、二人とも静かにして。
To be fair, the ego upgrades are insane. I don't know, I looked at that post, I didn't really, and I didn't have anything to match it up against, but did they give like a before and after? Because I thought I only saw one image of each of the skills and ego things. I didn't really see how much it changed. The example they did the basic one turn from 1 target to 3 and the corrosion one from 5. Oh, okay. That's pretty nice. Oh, but that makes me think of another gripe I have. I hate that the base ego now costs sanity. Like, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Why did they need to do this? The base ego are like a safe but less powerful option. Just need something a little bit stronger, and you don't want to go overboard and you don't want to lose sanity. Yeah, wait. Changing the passives too. Oh my. Well, if that's a good thing or a bad thing. What was that? Yeah, the one, or by passives you mean having enough ego attributes or whatever, resources. Those passives, or just the ones that you get from doing the ego. So much things. Or most are better base ego passives. I don't really remember much about the passives, but I do remember Rodian has, like, whenever anybody dies, lose sanity on her base ego, I think it is. And I remember using that one time and having that be a fiasco. Almost never using that again because of that. So that one I would love if they changed. But yeah, like I said, the base ego feel like they're sort of like mid-power. So if you just want a little more power without too much of a cost, well, without a sanity cost, and then the higher ego would be like if you want more power but at the cost of sanity. And it makes me really sad that they took that base ego, no sanity cost away. It's like it gave you more options in combat. It feels like. Feels like you have one less option now. And there's already not many options in combat, so... Also buffing Sunshower Heath. That's good. From what I hear, like, everybody hates him. Like I said, I haven't heard many good things about Sunshower Heathcliff. Now he'll lose sanity on clash loss. Okay. That's... I don't know how to feel about that, because that means he'd be taking damage. We'll see. I think one of the things was he just needs more damage himself, or maybe more power. Like him, but he's so hard to use. Seems like it. Kind of want him to take damage anyway. Oh wait, is that because of the AEDD thing? Ego? That give him a buff as well? I know it can heal him. Does that give him charge as well? Or... Oh yeah, I guess that's part of the healing. I guess that gives him a buff as well. I forget what it does exactly. ADD and giving himself sinking. Okay. Right, because that'll make it easier to hit his tails coins. Yeah, but unless they changed it, I think part of the trouble with Sunshower Heathcliff was just even if you did hit the coins, he didn't really have that much power. I don't know if they changed that or will change that. I don't know. Also adding aggro. Oh. That. How exactly does this aggro work? And is this only for Heathcliff, or is this like something that all people can use? If this is something for all people to use, that'd be good for tanks. Company roll. But where's the 20th patch notes? Google, you are failing me. Okay, go straight to Twitter. Limbus Company. Banty. So in focus fights, abnormality fights, and boss fights, getting aggro makes it more likely they'll be targeted. The aggro system added. The identity columns will now have aggro values attached to them. In focused encounters, enemies are more likely to attack slots with higher aggro values. Attack weight UI added. UI depicting attack weight values, number of targets for AoE skills, and their targets have been added. Thus, AoE and targets X slots text have been taken off skill description. And that's all of that. Interesting. I'll have to see how that works. I don't know how to feel about that yet. Oh yeah. Another thing, I was watching Guardians A while he was doing his Limbus hard modes. Saying about a way, or a good way to change AoE would be to like have it hit the first coin of everybody, or at least the number of people that it can target, I guess. That has always bugged me as well, that different enemies can soak up multiple hits of AoE. I hope they change that eventually. It hasn't been too much trouble in the dungeons, although, I mean, I guess if you fight those robots. But yeah, in the story mode, it's like people soaking up multiple coins. I hate it. Yeah, that's sort of an old gripe. Fine with it, but they said why it happens. What triggers it? Well, I don't think anything specifically triggers it. I think it's just an intrinsic part of certain enemies. Like, some count for ×2. Well, the robots, I think, count for ×2, and then also have 2 coin slots. It's like, why? I mean, that works against the very premise of an AoE. If you only hit one person, how is this an AoE? I just think it's totally wrong. Also need to fix Watchdog and Icky's event in the hard mode mirror dungeon. Oh? What's up with them? I didn't see them. I did see the statue. That looked pretty rough. I hear that's the worst one. They have events in fights now? Oh, okay. Huh. So, like, did the events not work? Or would the events not be there? The events are sort of neat in fights. But as long as they work. Failed the event, it says blank, you skill blank, but the attack never comes. Oh, okay. By the way, I only just figured out how the want to become stronger thing works. I thought that you had to press yes 3 times and then no, but you just press no 3 times. And I just never knew that until just recently. It was not very clear on its wording. You gotta give me that. New skills called red lightning and coagulation. Oh, sounds lovely. Blood and death for everybody. Okay. Literally tells you pressing no 3 times. Well, I don't think it says pressing no. I think it says pressing the, well, pressing the button? I don't know if, can I find a screenshot of this quick? You eat heartily. Event. Have the exact saying here. Doesn't say exactly what it said. Darn it. Or if I look at a video, see the event. Okay. Well, here I found a video. The event we can watch quick. Please don't kill me, Twitch. I know I'm talking about a different game that don't have in my category right now. But I swear it's just for a little bit. Okay, investigate the factory. Oh, okay, well that's... Investigate the factory. Here. City you live in. What should you press? Press no. Incorrect input, you must become strong. Please input your answer again. Warning, pressing the button 3 times will cause the facility to shut down. Okay, well, that happens. Hit no. Okay, well the, here it is. Incorrect input. So, about the incorrect input, that threw me off. I think. And then when you press yes multiple times and then I hit like no at the end, that blew up the facility. Or maybe I just hit yes multiple times and I thought that's the way that you had to do it. I don't know. I don't know what was going through my head anymore. It seemed much more confusing. I tried my best. Oh my. I think it eventually just turned into that's the way that I always did it, and I didn't think about it anymore. I don't know. Okay, George has been standing here for a while. We've been holding him off. What do you got to say, George?
ジェシカちゃん、ポットにまだお湯があったよね。お茶でも入れてあげてくれる？落ち着いた？マリアちゃん。
It looked like her tantrum was dying down bit by bit, but she still glared at Battler, who made fun of her with sharp eyes.
バトラー君もふざけて言っただけなんだよ。マリアちゃんが寝ぼけてるなんて思ってないよ。だから落ち着いて。ね。
George noticed. Maria was staring at Battler with incredible eyes. And despite just having displayed all that emotion, she laughed in a small voice. Concern. Instead of a laugh, it seemed more like she was muttering while thinking about, or else counting, each "he." As though each time she said "he," something brutal would happen over and over. George felt something creepy for just an instant, but he couldn't spot the madness that peeked out of the depths of the girl's eyes for just. After a short period of stunned silence on George's part, Maria stopped her bizarre, quiet laugh and pushed George's arm aside, as though telling him to let go. So yeah, what happened back then must have been Maria's dream.
おお、許す。
Oh, yeah, I'm not reading that.
そう。マリアちゃんは偉いな。バトラ君、マリアちゃんが許してくれたよ。仲直りして。
ああ、悪いな、からかって。許してくれ。
ほら、マリア。仲直りの印にカフェオレ作ってやったぜ。砂糖いっぱい入ってるから甘いぜ。いらない。でも許すよ。魔女だからね。
One more time, Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice. But it was only for a very short time, so Battler and Jessica didn't think much of it. They decided to think that it had probably only looked that way when the lighting hit her cheek with a pale white light for an instant. This is fine. At that time, they could hear the sound of loud footsteps coming from the hall. It was already about 10:30, late at night. Late at night is usually a time when you aren't supposed to be disturbed. Hearing footsteps like that at this time was far from calming. Then, along with a clearly ominous knock that repeated fiercely, they could hear Goda and Kumasawa's voices that clearly told them that this was an abnormal situation.
お子様方いらっしゃいますかいらっしゃいますかゴーダでございます
熊沢でございますよご無事でございますか皆さん、はあ、どうしたものやらどうしたものやら
When George opened the door, the two of them tumbled in, sopping wet. It looked like they had dashed here from the mansion without an umbrella.
どうしたんだよ二人とも。何があったんだ。
それが親方様が旦那様が皆様方が
Oh boy. Dance of the Moon Rabbits. It was a pitch-black room. There were no windows, and with the weak light bulb, one could barely make out the state of things around them. It appeared to be an old, forgotten underground storage room, some kind of dusty furniture haphazardly thrown into it. However, even with just a little light, one could at least make out that it probably wasn't a storage room. After all, that room was sealed off with iron bars.
ここはどこなの？
わからん。ここは屋敷の地下なのか。食堂の真下にこんな部屋があったのか。
They had dropped into what appeared to be a pit, falling into this room. Therefore, it was natural to assume that this room was directly under the dining hall. However, not even Kraus could bring himself to believe that there were pitfalls rigged in his beloved dining hall, where he had enjoyed his meals for years, and that this dungeon-like room lay directly beneath it. But the ceiling above was of crude stone craftsmanship, and they couldn't understand how they could have fallen from somewhere up there. No. All 5 people who had been dropped here thought the same thing. Although they'd had the sensation of falling into a pit, there was no way there could be pitfalls in the dining hall, nor could this dungeon-like place be directly under it. But the truth was that they had actually fallen into this place and were locked in. So, they were confused.
あの高さから落ちて誰も怪我をしなかったのは幸運かもしれませんな。シャン、カノン、君たちはこんな部屋の存在は知っていたかね。
いいえ、僕たちもこのような部屋のことは存じかねます。
本当に？
本当です。本当にこの部屋知りません。
Despite their age, Kyrie apparently wouldn't have found it odd if they, as servants allowed to wear the one-winged eagle, might know of the mansion's secret tricks. There was a long silence, as if Kraus was evaluating their answer.
いや、シャノンたちが知らないのは事実だろう。何しろ、綺麗好きのシャノンだ。彼女がこの部屋を知っていたなら、もっとピカピカに磨き上げているだろう。この部屋の汚さが、君たちがこの部屋を知らないことの証だ。今はそんなことより、これからどうするかの方が先決だと思わんかね。
Man, Kraus has time to crack jokes. Although maybe he wasn't joking. I don't know.
その通りです。警察に、いえいえ、それから救急にも早く電話をしなければ。
Nanjo's words were hollow. Obviously. 6 people had been killed in the dining hall. Everybody had seen the exact moment when they'd been killed. And since half of their heads had been destroyed, anyone could tell that the deaths had been instant with just a single glance. Everyone understood that first aid no longer held any meaning.
ありがとう、南條先生。私たちは伴侶がもう生きてはいないことを理解できてる。気休めでも救急と言い添えてくれてありがとう。
夏希。
Once again, a gloomy silence dominated the atmosphere. But Kraus shook his head harshly over and over, and for the time being, decided to forget the pain of losing his wife, and to dedicate himself to figuring out where they were.
みんな聞きたまえ。親父はもうダメだ。口で言って理解や説明が求められる段階にもうない。
Nobody answered. Without any kind of discussion or mercy, 6 people had been killed in an instant. And Kinzo had even been so bold as to proclaim that we become sacrifices for a ceremony involving 13 murders. Since we've been locked up in this place, we too will probably become the ceremony's next sacrifices soon. Around this time, our eyes became used to the darkness, and bit by bit, we were able to understand more about the dungeon's interior. What we thought was furniture haphazardly left in the dungeon turned out not to be furniture at all. They were things like small cages to lock people in, restraints, or else torture racks. At any rate, it was obvious that it was eerier than a mere jail cell. Since the objects were rusted together and coated in thick dust, there was no doubt that they had been forgotten. Maybe you could even call these things Kinzo's sealed and forgotten madness. However, we had been locked away in this room. Those objects weren't exactly comforting to people who were locked up, hoping to be released without harm.
とにかくここを抜け出そう。私たちは伴侶や友人を失い、涙を流すことに時間を費やしたいが、今はそれ以上に子供たちの身が心配だ。
お子様方はご無事でしょうか。
祈るしかない。そういえば熊沢さんと郷田さんはここにはいないな。
ひょっとすると無事に逃げ延びられたのかも。
かもしれませんが、子供たちと合流しててくれれば心強いのですが。
郷田さんはいざという時頼りになるし、熊沢さんは経験豊富で落ち着いてるし、きっと力になってくれると思います。
そうだといいがな。
Shannon and Kraus smiled bitterly a little, but they quickly realized how improper that was and stopped, clearing their throats.
楽観はできないよ、姉さん。僕らに続いてもう襲われてしまってる可能性だってある。
同感ね。お父様が食堂で執行したのは魔女の碑文の第1の番の6人殺しなんでしょ。なら第2の番は寄り添いし2人を引き裂け、逃げ隠れて寄り添っている郷田さんと熊沢さんがもう殺されている可能性だって否定できないわ。きっとゲストハウスに合流してて子供たちを守ってくれているなんて楽観、現時点では全くできないわよ。
Tear apart the two that are close. Rudolph's already dead. Natsuhi is dead. Although it doesn't show them as being dead yet. Ava and Hideyoshi are both dead. And Rose is dead. So the only two who are close that are still alive would be George and Shannon. I don't think Goda and Kumasawa would count. Harriet coldly analyzed the worst-case scenario. For her, it was heartbreaking to have lost her beloved husband. But right now, the most important thing was protecting that husband's son, along with the other children, from becoming the insane family head's sacrifices. She overcame her sadness with a parental urge to protect children from sorrow. It seemed that both Kyrie and Kraus were strong enough to forget about their grief, if only for the time being. They would let their tears flow later. In order to protect the children, they had to act.
とにかくここを脱出しよう。相当古い牢屋のようだ。なんとか鉄格子を破れないだろうか。室内をくまなく探して脱出手段を探してみよう。
ここにはガラクタがいろいろあるわ。何か役に立ちそうな道具とか落ちてないかしら。武器になるものがあるかもしれないし、鉄格子を破れるものがあるかもしれない。
Kyrie pulled a lighter from her pocket. She herself didn't smoke, but she kept one tucked away in her pocket to light Rudolph's cigarettes. It was an extremely valuable source of light for searching this dim dungeon.
シャノンはキリエさんを手伝い、室内を探索してくれ。カノンは私と一緒に鉄格子の具合を確かめてみよう。これだけ古い牢屋だ。ひょっとするとガタが来ているかもしれない。
私は何をお手伝いしましょうかな。
体力を温存していてください。やがてここに親父殿が現れるだろう。親父殿に言葉が届くのは南條先生だけです。ある意味南條先生に我々の命は握られているかもしれない。
I don't think there's much Nanjo can do anymore. Although I guess he kept the children from being part of the game so far. Or well, part of the sacrifice list, whatever.
私の言葉などもう届きはせんでしょう。申し訳ないが、そのお役には立てそうにない。
なら南條先生のお医者としての知識を貸してください。人間を即座に混沌させるような毒って存在するのかしら。
人間を即座に混沌させる毒？どういうことですか？
私たちは落とし穴に落とされてこの地下牢に落ちてきたと信じている。あの混乱している場で私たちはそうだったろうと信じたわ。でもこの地下牢の広さを測ってみて分かった。この地下牢があの食堂の地下というのはありえないことなのよ。
どうしてありえないってわかるんですか？
姉さんはバカだな。この地下牢は食堂に比べて狭すぎる。
その通り。1番目に落とされたのはクラウス兄さん。2番目が私。クラウス兄さんはこの部屋に落ちてきた時、その場を動いたかしら。
お恥ずかしながら落下の痛みでうめいていたよ。そのすぐ傍らにキリエさんがすぐに落ちてきたんだ。
食堂でのクラウス兄さんと私の立ち位置と落下時の落下場所の距離が明らかにおかしいのよ。
確かに言われてみればその通りです。その次に落ちたのは私だから、お二人の位置関係はよく覚えている。食堂でのお二人の間の距離はこの部屋よりもあったかもしれない。
私たちは落とし穴に落ちてダイレクトにここに落下したわ。集合する下水道管みたいに一度集められてからここに落ちたわけじゃない。
Multiple interlocking pipes. Interesting.
落下は一瞬だったでしょ。そんな凝った排水管みたいな穴を転がされた覚えはないわ。
確かに落とし穴では説明がつかんな。おかしな話だ。
それとキリエ様のおっしゃる人間を即座に混沌させる毒というのは どう関係があるんですか？
キリエ様は多分食堂に落とし穴なんかなかったとお考えなんじゃないかな。
しかし現に私たちは落ちたぞ。
Well, they could have fell and still be drugged if they were drugged and then they carried them and then dropped them in the dungeon.
落とし穴に落ちたような気がするが正解よ。無理もないわ。そうとしか例えられない体験だったから。
なるほど。つまりこうおっしゃいたいわけですな。私たちは落とし穴に落とされたのではなく、例えば毒矢のようなもので撃たれ瞬時に意識を失い、その倒れて床に突っ伏す瞬間の記憶をまるで落とし穴に落ちたよと思い込んでしまっているのかもしれないと。
Yeah, and I mean, like, you ever have one of those moments when you're half asleep or just asleep, but then suddenly you wake up as you feel like you're falling? Could also be something like that.
なるほど。食堂に無数の落とし穴が仕掛けられていて、我々がそれに何十年も気づかず食事をしていたとするよりは、よほど説得力のある話だ。
姉さん、時計はある？
うん。懐中時計があるわよ。
Oh yeah, check the time.
22時40分くらいね。
僕の時計もそうなってる。つまり僕たちは食堂での大騒ぎから十数分も時間を経過させてないってことになる。
私の時計も同様だ。我々が混沌させられてどこかへ担ぎ込まれたと仮定するには時間の経過が短すぎる。
Short time to...
時間だけを見るならやはり我々は食堂の真下へ落とし穴で落とされたと考えるのが妥当だ。
Although they could have taken their watches and changed the time, or well, not watches, pocket watches.
時計の針なんていくらでもいじれるわ。
Oh, yep. Curious, so noticed that.
私たちが気絶している間に全員の時計を巻き戻したのかもしれない。その可能性がなかったことは証明不能よ。
落とし穴にせよ混沌させる毒にせよ、私たちは用心するに越したことはないというわけですな。
それで南條先生、混沌させる毒は存在するんですか？
それはキリエさんの論法と同じですな。私の知らない未知の毒物にそういう効用のものがないとは証明できません。
Devil's proof again.
用心に越したことはないということね。ごめんなさい、無駄な質問だったわ。ただ私の仮説によりこの地下牢が食堂の真下とは限らないという可能性は示唆できたと思
なるほど。広大な森の中のどこかに隠されていると噂される親父殿の隠し屋敷の地下牢に運び込まれている可能性もあるという。ここを脱出して外へ出ればそれもわかる。それを詮索するのはここから出てからでもいいだろうな。
Yeah, I was about to say, They're just sort of standing around here talking. Maybe it'd be better to take this time to find a way out.
その通りね。本当にごめんなさい。さっきから無駄な質問と詮索ばかりだわ。
いや、とても頼もしいよ。今後も何かに気づいたら教えてくれたまえ。ここを脱出する何かのヒントになるかもしれない。ルドルフからいつも聞かされていたよ。君の発想にはいつも驚かされ、時には重要なヒントにもなるとね。君がここにいてくれたのは不幸中の幸いだ。
ありがとう。私もルドルフさんに聞いてるわ。クラウス兄さんは普段は威張っているけれど、いざという時は責任感にあふれる頼りがいのある兄だって。
さすがにそれは世辞が過ぎるね。くそ、それにしても頑丈な鉄格子だ。カノンの方はどうかね。
I'm sort of growing to like Kraus better. I mean, he doesn't handle situations with his wife very well, but he does care. Just very awkward.
いえ、こちらも全く。
Kraus and Cannon tried wiggling the bars in various ways. There were a few bars that could be twisted, and a few had enough space to rattle a little bit around it. But they couldn't be broken with human strength alone. However, there was still hope if they could use some kind of lever-like tool. It was still far too early to give up yet. Children's lives were hanging in the balance. Even if there was no hope, they couldn't stop their struggle. And it was better for them to act this way. If they were to stop, there's no doubt they'd once again be overcome by the grief of losing their loved ones and curl up, clutching their knees.
キリエさんたちの方はどうかね。何か見つかったかね。
握って隠せる程度の石ころは見つかるわ。こんなものでも武器にはなるかも。さすがに鉄格子を削り取ることは無理でしょうね。シャノンちゃんはどう？
いいえ、何も。あ、これ電話です。
つながってるわけもないわ。でもコードは何かを縛ったり武器にも使えるかも。
Phone cord as a weapon. Okay.
壊して分解すれば金属部品を取り出せるわ。クラス兄さん、鉄格子を開ける鍵穴はもちろんあるわよね。
ああ、だいぶ鍵穴の大きい大時代的なものだがね。針金のようなものでいじれば騙せるかもしれないな。
電話の金属部品で何か代用できるかもしれない。その電話、武器になるわね。
投資と同じだよ。情報は武器だ。
Kraus and Kyrie laughed together at how they hadn't even thought of using the phone as a means of communication.
何やってんの、姉さん。
その電話つながってるかなって思って。
バカだな、姉さんは。
あれ？
At that point, Shannon let out a small, surprised cry.
キリエ様、この電話つながってます。
Wait, what? Huh? was like when people move out of an office, taking everything with them, leaving only the telephone behind. That's the feeling the phone gave off, having been left in the corner of the cell. The cord was wound into a coil, the tip of it being swallowed by the wall, and just looking at it, there was no reason to assume that it wasn't hooked up. But to think that it actually, or that it was actually, was. Yeah. To think that it actually was. Kyrie took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. Certainly, the electric hum of a phone was a familiar sound. And this phone was certainly live. But why did Cannon call Shannon a dummy and then whisper something? Something smells fishy.
なんという幸運。警察へ連絡しましょう。
待ちたまえ。話がうますぎる。盗聴されているんじゃないのかね。
そんな細工するくらいなら普通は電話線を切断するわ。電柱が本気で見落とした可能性が高い。気づかれたら今度こそ電話線を切断されるかもしれないわ。警察への通報を盗聴されて何も困ることはないのだし。
Surely that was true. The point of a wiretap is to overhear some important piece of information. But the way things were right then, she couldn't think of a single thing that would come up in conversation to the outside world that might be troublesome to have overheard. Kyrie instantly concluded that it was more likely to be a mistake on Kinzo's part than a trap.
確かに一理あります。外線は確か0番からだ。
カノ君、私は電話するからあなたは外の様子を伺ってくれる？誰かが近づいてくる気配があったら知らせて。
はい。
Cannon raced off towards the iron bars, silenced his breathing, and strained his ears. As everyone present watched her, Kyrie dialed 110. However, he pushed the hook down and redialed many times. It didn't seem to be working very well.
外線は0番から？ 110番は0110じゃないの？うまくかからない。
貸したまえ。私がかけよう。
Kraus took the receiver in Kyrie's place and tested various things. But in the end, they were unable to notify the police. The phone itself was definitely live, but the circuit was apparently cut somewhere. Did this mean that they were not so naive?
やっぱり無理ですか。
敵も甘くはないってことね。
Kyrie let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. As cool thinking as she was, for a brief moment, she may actually have had the naive hope that the phone might actually work. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to that naive hope for even a single moment. Then, she remembered just what was happening. Truth be told, even after being shown a scene like that right before her eyes, or rather, exactly because of that, she still couldn't think that that gruesome mass murder is something real. It was less that she couldn't believe it, and more that she didn't want to. Ushiromi Kinzo killed 6 family members. Hey there, Darth Kinzo. He summoned strange, witch-like, demon-like people. right out of thin air, and with something like magic, began to kill people one after another. Just all so screwed up. Even though she definitely saw it, there was no way she could accept that spectacle.
そんなことあるわけがない。あれはきっとお父様の友人か何か。それがあらかじめ食堂のどこかに隠れていて、手品的に突然姿を現して私たちを驚かせただけなんだわ。そう考えなくちゃあのめちゃくちゃを説明できない。
But when those six had their heads blown apart, a golden arrow had flown around and around the room. That had truly looked like magic. Was that another thing we just saw wrong? What happened here, but the original text box seems to still be there. There's no way it was magic. It was definitely some kind of setup. Since those heads were smashed, there's no doubt it was some kind of explosive. For example, a styrene toy plane like they sell at candy stores, painted gold, and with a powerful explosive loaded onto the end of it. However, though it had seemed to be flying about at random, Kyrie couldn't imagine that after being fired 6 times, each time had perfectly hit the victims square in the head, one after the other. It couldn't be that there was a computer control system for finding and hitting targets, making it a high-tech styrene plane on the same level as a guided missile, right?
そんなバカバカしい仕掛けを膨大な私費を投じて作らせたと。
バカバカしい。
あのおかしな余興のために？お父様ならやりかねないって？
A number of mysterious people appeared out of thin air. 6 people had their heads demolished by a mysterious golden flying object, and the 5 of us were locked away in a mysterious dungeon by a mysterious set of pitfalls, or else put to sleep by some fainting poison dart. The family conference started a bit after 22 o'clock. It's only been a bit more than 30 minutes since then. Most likely, even though I witnessed it myself, that event took place in such a short amount of time, so I still can't understand it, and I still can't come to grips with it. For argument's sake, even if we did get a hold of the police, it would probably be impossible for anybody to accurately explain what we saw. Even though I saw it just now, my brain's fried, and I have no confidence in what I saw myself. Kyrie tried her hardest to cheer herself out of her overwhelming confusion, to just hold on to her sanity.
くそ、どうなってるんだ。くそ、くそ。
Kraus started to become desperate, hitting the hook multiple times and resetting the dial. Kraus had also been feigning composure, but he was unable to hide his panic. You know, I wonder if the phone was left there intentionally. Like, if we think from a non-magic point of view. I wonder if the phone was left there intentionally to distract them and make them more hopeless so that they couldn't find a way out of there. The more he retried the dial, the more the pretense of serenity peeled away. I don't know what's going on anymore. Kyrie couldn't help but pray that the events that had just occurred were a dream. At that time, the look on Kraus's face changed.
呼び出してる。呼び出してるぞ。コール音がする。
Oh?
本当ですか、クラウスさん。
なるほどな。親父め、浅はかな。 警察に連絡されまいと外部への電話線は切断したらしいが、内線は切断し損ねている。
You didn't sever the internal line. How does that help them?
内戦？クラウスさんはどこにかけているの？
ゲストハウスだ。
Oh, okay, he's calling the kids.
ジェシカたちの部屋の内線番号にかけている。もしもし、もしもし、私だ。お前は誰か？ゴーダか？ジェシカはいるか？無事か？
旦那様、ご無事でよかった。
Well, he's not really safe, but...
はい、ジェシカお嬢様たちも皆さんご無事です。
父さんなの？無事でよかった。母さんは無事なの？そこにいるの
Kraus choked on his words. Kraus had clearly seen Natsui's head crushed, had seen her killed right before his eyes. Eventually, he was going to have to tell that to Jessica. However, Kraus began to fret over whether he should tell her now or not, and lost his words. But even that was an answer under the circumstances.
母さんはわからない。無事を祈ろう。今はお前だけでも無事でよかった。
助けるよ。ごめん。
Pain. Jessica's voice was filled with tears. Kraus was certain now. Jessica and the rest had heard everything, start to finish, after meeting up with Goda and Kumasawa at the guest house. When they learned that 6 people had been killed, they must have been anxious to rush over to the dining hall. Luckily, he'd been able to call before they'd stormed off toward the mansion. Kraus was relieved at this good timing during such a tragedy.
ここには今、キリエさんと南條先生、それにシャノンとカノンがいる。地下牢のようなところに閉じ込められているが、心配するな。こっちは父さんたちで何とかする。
地下牢？どこ？助けに行く。
あいにく、私たちにもここがどこだか見当もつかん。食堂の真下だと思っているが、そうでないかもしれない。とにかくジェシカはそこを出てはならん。ゴーダたちから経緯は聞いているか？
うん。小さなみんなを慕って。
おじい様は今正常な状態にない。出くわせば危険だ。殺されるかもしれない。私たちを助けに来ようなどと絶対に思ってはならんぞ。こっちはこっちで何とかする。
じゃあ私たちはどうすればいいの？小さなでよくも母さんたちを。あの死に損ないぶっ殺してやる。
ジェシカ、そんな言葉を使ったら母さんが悲しむぞ。レディはそんな言葉を使うもんじゃない。とにかくお前たちは身の安全を最優先にしろ。ゲストハウスを戸締まりするんだ。しかし過信はできない。1階のラウンジの大窓は破られるかもしれない。その部屋にとどまりベッドを立てかけてバリケードにするんだ。その部屋にはトイレも冷蔵庫もあるな。明日の朝までは籠城できるはずだ。いいな。くれぐれも物騒なことは考えるな。母さんの仇を取ろうなんて絶対に考えるんじゃないぞ。 相手を刺激せず隠れてやり過ごすことだけを考えるんだ。
分かったよ父さん。
After that, Goda took the phone and was firmly told to supervise the kids well, as an adult. Goda, with his face covered in a cold sweat, repeatedly replied, "Yes, sir, yes, sir," in an excessively tense voice. From there, Kyrie took the receiver and spoke with Battler, and when Shannon and Cannon got their turns, George and Jessica answered. Following that pattern, Nanjo and Kumasawa picked up as well, so that all members of both sides took the receiver in turn, confirming that everyone was safe for now, even if their location was unknown, and encouraging each other, coming to an understanding on the current situation for both sides. They wanted to talk forever, but now was not the time to chat. Kraus explained that they would be hanging up for now, and those in the guest house consented.
また何かあったら連絡する。すぐに状況を取れるように待機していてくれ。くれぐれも用心してな。無茶なことは絶対にするんじゃないぞ。
分かったよ父さんや。カノン君たちが無事だっただけでも儲けもんってやつ。私たちも頑張る。父さんたちもどうか無事で。
ああ、もちろんだ。それでは一度切る。用心しろ。
With that, the phone call ended. Goda and the rest of the men quickly descended to the first floor, closed the shutters, and secured the sturdy locks on the doors. However, just as Kraus had worried, there was nothing that could be done about the beautiful wide window in the first floor lounge. If someone broke that, it would be easy to get inside. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Kinzo, who hadn't hesitated at committing murder, to invade the first floor.
おじい様たちは武装している可能性が高い。部屋に閉じこもるのが最善かつ唯一の籠城方法になるね。自ら密室に閉じこもらざるを得ないのは苦しいところだけど、相手が銃を持っていたらそれしか方法がない。
親方様は実銃のコレクションをお持ちとの話です。そう、あれは銃だ。銃だったんだ。だとしたら恐ろしい威力の銃だ。とても太刀打ちはできません。
頭を砕くなんてすげえ威力だぜ。マグナム弾とかそういう類のやつかもな。下手な扉なら平気で貫通するかもしれねえな。
だとすればますますに部屋に籠城するべきだね。ベッドを立てかけて窓も塞ごう。そこまですればいくら銃を持っていても踏み込むことはできないはず。
くそ、そんな受け身な防戦一方しかねえのかよ。くっしょ、うちの親父に上等を決めてくれて桐江さんまで捕まえたなんて。こいつは高くつくぞ、クソじじいめ。
無理です。あんな連中に太刀打ちできるわけがありません。しかも親方様だけでなく手下も何人も。あるいはあんな連中がもっといるかも。あいつらは一体何なんだ。
Battler was filled to the brim with the urge to get revenge for Rudolph, and to rush out of here to save Kyrie. But just by looking at how terrified Goda was, there was no doubt in him that this would be reckless.
兄貴だって 悔しいだろ。なのにここで籠城なんて。ちくしょ
う。もちろんさ、僕だって悔しいよ。両親を殺されて冷静でいられるわけがない。でもだからこそ冷静にならなくちゃいけない。僕たちが無駄に命を落とすようなことを殺された親たちが望むと思うかい？思うわけがない。せめて子供だけは逃げ延びてほしいと願ってるはずだ。だから僕は生き残るよ。そして警察に通報し全てを暴く。仇は法廷が取る。それが僕の復讐だ。差し違えてでも仇を取ってほしいなんて親たちが望んでいるわけもない。そうだろう。
そうだな。兄貴の言う通りだぜ。ちくしょう、クソじじいめ。何が儀式だ。俺たちがそのための生贄だって言うなら意地でも逃げ切ってその儀式を台無しにしてやるぜ。
それでいいよ。それにバトラ君にはまだキリエさんがいる。僕にだってシャノンがいる。とにかく慎重に行動してチャンスを待とう。僕たちの不用意な行動は囚われの彼らに不利益を与える可能性だってあるんだから。
人質か。でもじいさまはきっとキリエさんたちを生贄にするために捕らえたわけだろう。俺たちが助けなきゃ殺されるのを待つだけじゃないのか。
彼らが捕らえられている地下牢がどこにあるかもわからない。シャノンもカノン君ももちろんゴーダさんも熊沢さんも知らなかった。おじいさまだけしか知らない秘密の場所にある可能性が極めて高い。そんな状況下でうろうろと歩き回るのは自殺行為だよ。
Hey there, Lunar Festival. Wanna sniff a battler? Oh my.
わかってるよ。それでもくそ、俺たちはここで何かが起こるまで引きこもってるしかねえってのかよ。
バトラ様のお気持ちはわかりますが、ここは安全第一で参りましょう。旦那様の話では相当古い牢屋らしいので、なんとか鉄格子を破れるかもしれないとのことでした。
How's it going? Enjoying Umineko? Yeah. I very much enjoyed Darth Kinzo last week. I'm sort of sad that I haven't been able to see him much this week. Yeah. And as you can see, I've decided to make things a little more smooth by I'm not reading or voice acting the stuff that's already voice acted, although in a different language. I am still reading out loud the stuff that doesn't have any voice acting. I know it's a little late to make that change, but I think it helps things go smoother and keep things more interesting.
今は信じて待つ方が賢明です。
おじい様の手下が何人もいてみんな武装しているんだよね。
ええ、そうです。そして多分みんな武装を。
Goda had been able to say that Kinzo had comrades with him, but he hadn't been able to mention that they were mostly young women, like witches, who had used strange magic to murder. If he had said that, it would only have cast doubt on his sanity. Oh good, you read this already? No, not only that. He himself still couldn't understand what he had seen. He was doubting his own sanity. But regardless of sex or appearance, regardless of whether it was done with magic or a gun, the fact that those girls had followed Kinzo's orders, killed 6 people in an instant, was an unshakable truth. If that group came to attack the guest house as well, what would happen? Just closing the doors and windows like this was surely meaningless. Goda and Kumasawa. The only thing left for those two, who had witnessed that massacre in the dining hall, was to cradle their heads without knowing how to interpret what they had seen.
熊沢さん大丈夫？お茶飲む？
ありがとうございますね。ありがとうございます。申し訳ございませんが、しばらくそっとしていただけますか。
Maria tried to be nice, but it seemed that Kumasawa still hadn't been able to clear away her confusion.
マリア、気を使ってくれてありがとうだぜ。熊沢さんは休ませてやってくれ。
Jessica was also worried about the shock those two must have received after witnessing such a tragedy. But her wildest dreams couldn't even come close to the unbelievable scene Kumasawa had witnessed. Nevertheless, with her mother murdered and her father captured, it wasn't as though Jessica could stay calm either. She sealed her anxiety and sadness using her anger toward Kinzo, walked irritatedly around the room.
熊沢さん、母さんは本当に死んじゃったの？
ええ。あんなひどい死に方を私は見たことがありませんとも。
Horrible way to die? I wouldn't say that's a horrible way to die. There are many more horrible ways to die. Could have been a quick death. Half of their head gets blown away.
ひょっとするとまだ生きてて、手当てをすれば助かるなんてことはないんだよな。
Ah, so this is the story of Frankenstein's monster. Jessica trying to be Frankenstein over here.
頭があんなことになって生きていられるわけがありません。
そりゃそうだぜ。頭が砕けちまったら手当てなんて必要ねえよな、普通。
Pain. When Goda had come flying into the guest house, he had, overcome with agitation, told about the massacre in the dining hall without concealing anything. Except for the part about witches and magic, which they themselves still couldn't believe. In other words, he hadn't even sugar-coated the cold-blooded way in which Natsuhi and the others had died. It was too late now, but Kumasawa regretted the fact that they'd obviously said too much. However, while lightly shaking her head, and with a slightly painful laugh, Jessica spoke.
いや、むしろ話してくれたおかげで冷静になれたぜ。頭を砕かれちまったってところを伏せられてたら、私はひょっとすると生きてるかもしれないって言って、屋敷へ迎えじい様に出くわして、ひょっとすると殺されてたかもしれない。一抹の希望が
命取りになった可能性だってあるわけさ。その意味では感謝してるよ。
So, what's Kinzo doing anyway? I thought he was gonna come talk to the grandchildren and question them about becoming the next heir, see if they were worthy of it.
本当に申し訳ございません。言葉をあまりに選ばなかったことはお詫びします。
今はいいよ。母さんはもうどうしようもないけど、父さんはまだ生きてる。カノン君もシャノンもキリエおばさんも南條先生もね。なんとか彼らを助けたいし、彼らに負担をかけないためにも余計なことをするべきではない。電話の前で待機してることが今は一番の協力になるかもしれないし。
They might receive a phone call asking them to create a diversion while the others escaped. Or the others might discover their location and call for rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when that time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was to wait in this room. Once they had finished inspecting the downstairs area and locking up, George, Battler, and Goda returned. Each was holding various objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks he had found in the lounge and the storage room, as well as a first aid kit. They were all consumables that would be essential during a siege. Now, did they have that stuff last time? Because I thought there was like no food in the guest house. Or maybe it wasn't enough for everybody. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. Those were to seal the door from the inside, just in case. If it came to it, the ladder was for escaping out the window. Battler had brought up objects that could be used as edged weapons or poles. In addition to the obvious kitchen knife, there was a disassembled table leg which could be used as a club, and a pole roughly the size of a person, which he'd apparently made by taking apart a hat stand. Even though the pole had no point, it could surely be used like a spear. Tied the kitchen knife onto it. Want to eat Kumasawa's mackerel? I see. No, I don't know if I've ever had mackerel. I don't know. Unless that's one of the fish they use for, like, generic fish sticks or whatever. There was a good chance that their enemies had guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use. Tastes good. Name. I mean, I know you can eat mackerel, but that's all I know. Do people like mackerel? But it was still better than not having them. And if having these could at least give them a little peace of mind, then they'd be useful for their calming effect. Then the bed and sofa were placed up against the door, barricading it. They didn't go so far as to seal it up with nails. There was still a chance that Kraus and the others would escape and come to meet up with them. They had apparently set up a barricade at the top of the stairs as well. It had been set up in a way that would create a racket, so it would serve as a warning alarm as well. That had apparently been Battler's idea. For that reason, they turned the TV off. This way, if the first floor window were to be broken, they would hear. Once the switch had been turned, all that was left was an eerie silence. The sound of violent wind and rain. Were they going to have to spend the whole night being crushed by such suspense? The boat would come tomorrow morning. Opium, clueless. However, judging by the weather report, most of tomorrow was going to be covered in the typhoon, and the boat probably wouldn't come. Oh. The typhoon was set to pass by in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, the boat would be arriving in the morning after next, the morning of October 6th. And right now, it was late at night on October 4th. They would have to spend more than 30 hours on this island, with Kinzo turned cold-blooded murderer and his weird companions prowling about. Even with the shutters closed, there would definitely be a little bit of light seeping out. Might let the enemy know that they were hiding here. Battler suggested that it might be best to turn off the lights, but they had already been overwhelmed by a ghastly feeling just from turning off the TV. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again, there wasn't a single person who agreed with it.
おお、テレビダメなの？
ああ、悪いが我慢してくれ。敵の侵入の音を聞き逃すわけにはいかない。
つまんない。
Even though she had been told of her mother's death, Maria alone didn't feel an approaching sense of danger. She just seemed to be upset that the TV had been turned off. Even though she's in such a bizarre situation, can she not share in our sense of danger? 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, Maria is not really bothered by... Well, not really bothered by anybody's death, really. But, I don't think she's ever really been bothered by her mother's death. So... yeah... She must have, like, hated her mother this entire time, each of the times this happened. Although she seems to hide it pretty well. She herself doesn't want to die. Like, she was scared of, well, I forget if it was chapter 2, she was scared when they got killed, and then chapter 3 as well. Yeah. So it's not that she's not really afraid necessarily, but she doesn't care if her mother dies. And I don't know if anybody else dying really impacts her either. But now that makes a little more sense because her mother is a terrible person, and yeah, she's bred that hatred for a long time. Is it because she's so young? The Battler, even this faintly unsettling feeling from such a young girl made him sense that there was something very eerie about Maria. We're back with
とは
Jailhouse
言っ
Rock.
たものの晩作尽きたわね。鉄格子はなんとかなりそう？
残念だが想像以上に堅牢だ。いつ頃に作られたものか知らんが耐用年数も文句なし。
The man really has the gall to make a joke. Then again, it might be necessary.
実に優良な物件だよ。
Kyrie chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but she had calmed just a little.
さながらここは取られた駒を置く駒置き場ですな。打つ手はもはやありませんか。
You know, I sort of wonder about, like, these iron bars. I know iron bars are, like, kept in police iron bar jails are sometimes in police stations. And I very much doubt that one or maybe two people could break them down, but like, what if everybody here just rammed the gate, or not the gate, everybody just rammed the iron bars? I wonder if they could somehow break them. Have Cannon, Nanjo, Kyrie, and Kraus. I don't know if that would be enough to break a section. I don't know if that'd be enough force. I don't know. Cannon's still a kid. I don't know how much strength Cannon has. Nanjo and Kraus have some weight to them, and it looks like Kraus might be somewhat muscle. So if they can, oh, anyway. I guess we're just assuming that we can't break it down. But yeah, with the iron bars being old, I sort of wonder. I'm getting into, would this actually work in real life type stuff? I'm breaking immersion. Oh no. Okay, continue.
まだよ。諦めるには早いわ。思考の停止は鼓動の停止に同じよ。
だな。チェスの駒置き場に意味はないが、将棋ならば大きな意味を持つこともある。駒置き場の一枚の歩が相手にプレッシャーを与えることだってあるはずだ。
なるほど。しかしこの鉄格子はどうしようも。
私たちにはね。でもここの場所を特定し、郷田さんに連絡することができれば、助けに来てもらうことはできるかも。
Yeah, but that's a bit of a problem because how in the world are you gonna tell where you are?
なるほど。しかし郷田さんに危険を強いることになりますな。その場合、成人男性が不在になるゲストハウスのお子さんたちも不安です。
リスクを恐れるなら、事態が好転するまで塩漬けにするのも悪くない。もっとも、損切りを恐れれば、紙切れ同然になるかもしれんがね。 我々の命がだが。
親の子犬もね。私たちで何とかするからおとなしくしていなさいって偉そうに電話して、その下の根も乾かないうちに助けを求めるなんて、実にかっこ悪いわね。
この後に及んではくだらんプライドなどとっくに紙切れだ。知恵を絞ろうじゃないか。ここはどこなんだ。本当に食堂の真下なのだろうか。それとも屋敷とは異なる別の場所だろうか。
Kraus, Kyrie, and Nanjo began to discuss this further. Cannon was squatting by the bars, silently trying to sense anyone's presence, just as he had been ordered. Cannon came close to him, and they both squatted down together.
気配は感じるの？
こちらに意識は向けていないけれど、比較的近くに誰かいる。
それは人間？
ヤギたちだと思う。あいつらの吐息は実に賑やかだよ。
The goats. Cannon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He said that their breathing was noisy, but Kraus and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, if he had obediently reported it, they would have merely doubted Cannon's ears.
捕まっちゃったね。
珍しいよ。殺されないで捕まるなんて。
今回はベアトリーチェ様がお越しにならないし、親方様が書斎を出られるし、何が何だかわかんないね。
This time, have they retained their memories? What is going on here? Sometimes it seems like they talk like they know stuff from the past loops. Or past games. Hmm.
わかるさ。何が起ころうと変わろうと、すべてあの魔女の気まぐれと余興。
Whatever happens or changes, it's all for that which is fickle. Yeah. So this almost confirms it. Somehow, for whatever reason, Shannon and Cannon, at the very least, can remember past games.
結果は何も変わらないのさ。
今回は黄金鏡に行けるかな。
さあね。僕たちは脱落率が高いから。
そういえば、二人で第一の番を生き延びたのって、ずいぶん珍しいね。儀式が始まってるのに、こうして二人でお話できるなんて、なんだかすごく珍しい気がする。
What is going on? I don't know what this has got to be an important clue. I don't know what I don't know what to do with it. My more recent theory had been that everything on the island is imagined. With like some actual events from clues mixed in, like clues from after the fact, and maybe like this is all Ange's imagination. I don't know. Canon can remember past games. Past games. It still could all be imagined. As for Ange, multiple bottles did, well, multiple, 2 bottles, one for the first and third game had been found. What is real and what is not? Oh boy.
そうかもね。でも、それもまた魔女の余興だろうさ。僕たちがいつもすぐに脱落するから、今度は少し生き延びさせて、からかってやろうくらいにしか思ってないよ。
また黄金鏡にはたどり着けないのかな。
They can reach the Golden Land, and they have memory of past games. What purpose does the Golden Land have for them?
どうせそうさ。下手な期待を持つと、またつけ込まれる。
そうだね。前回はカノン君がつけ込まれたもんね。
僕はバカだ。
Cannon made a sour look and turned his head. Shannon laughed softly and apologetically leaned toward his shoulder.
でも、お嬢様が無事でよかったね。
第一の晩を逃れただけさ。それ以降の晩により無残な方法で殺されるのを待たされているだけかもしれない。
Right, for some reason I was thinking the two that were close could only be Shannon and George. I totally forgot about Shannon and Jessica. But I don't know. Maybe they'll throw a twist in here and do like Cannon and Shannon, because they are close. Like adopted siblings.
それを言ったら姉さんこそジョージ様が無事でよかったじゃないか。二人で黄金鏡にたどり着けるといいね。
ありがとう。同じことをカノン君とお嬢様にも。
僕は期待はしてないよ。姉さんの言う通りだ。あの魔女はご褒美をぶら下げて相手が右往左往するのを見て楽しんでるだけなんだ。どうせ誰も黄金鏡に行けやしない。僕がお嬢様と黄金鏡にたどり着きたいと願ってしまったなら、あいつはそれこそ面白がって絶対に僕たちをたどり着かせたりはしないさ。
そうだね。ベアトリーチェ様はより面白くなるように生贄の順番を考えてる。
無作為に選んでるなんて大嘘だ。あのペテン師魔女め。どうせ黄金鏡にたどり着けばあらゆる願いが叶うなんてのも嘘っぱちに決まってる。
そんなことはないよ。黄金鏡は素晴らしいところだよ。
行ったことあるの？
ちょっぴりだけね。それすらもベアトリーチェ様の戯れだったのだろうけど。
That wasn't during the first one. Well, did she appear in the Golden Land after the first game? Yeah. Everybody died because Battler didn't accept, and that's how we started this whole thing. But, hmm.
どんなとこなの？そこ。
うん。素晴らしいところだよ。うまく説明できない。安らかな夢の中みたいな世界。
バラが咲き乱れてて美しい蝶が舞ってるような極楽みたいな感じ。
そういう具体的なイメージのところじゃないの。本当に夢の中みたいなところなの。そこにいるときはとても穏やかで安らかで、いつまでも眠ってることを許されてる、まるで休日の早朝のお布団の中みたいな感じ。カーテンの隙間から日が差してきて、そろそろ起きないと思うんだけど、今日は休日だから起きなくてもいいんだって気づいて、もう一回お布団の中に潜り込む時みたいな、そんな気持ちになれる場所。
僕なら損したと思うな。休日なのに勘違いして起き出すなんて姉さんくらいだ。それで？
うん。そこにいた時はね、満たされててとても穏やかだった。でも元の世界に戻ってくると、つい直前までそこにいたはずなのに、うまく思い出すことができないの。ついさっきまで見ていた夢が思い出せないのによく似てる。でもとっても穏やかで静かな世界だったことだけは覚えてるの。
Playing Remnant recently, it just makes me think of the root. Return everything to silence. Equality. Oh my.
それだけ？なんだ、あいつが偉そうに言う黄金鏡なんて大したことないな。何でも願いが叶う場所だと思ってたのに。
その通りだよ。何でも願いが叶う場所。少し違うかもしれない。
Is it or isn't it?
何も願わなくてもいい場所が正解かもしれないね。例えばカノン君が寒くて上着が欲しいと願った時、上着をもらえればとても幸せなことだけど、そもそも暖かい部屋にいられたなら上着が欲しいなんて願う必要さえもないでしょ。黄金鏡はそういうところなの。大抵の願いは願う必要さえなくなる。すべてから解放された何もかもが穏やかな世界なの。与えられて幸せという概念さえも超越した、すべてから解放された世界とでも言えばいいのかな。
What do you think?
なんだか宗教っぽい世界だな。
Does.
そしてそこでは全てが平等なの。意志ある存在は全てが平等。
What did I just say? This really sounds like the root concern. Yes, remnant from the ashes is actually... Yeah. So clearly, at the end of Umineko, the root gets locked away, and then we pick up remnant, and it's just like... That's the root trying to break free again. Oh, I'm losing it.
人間も家具も魔女もない。
Did I even have it to begin with?
そこでの私は誰とも対等で公平。もう家具だからと何も自分を恥じる必要がない。すべての人間とも、そして魔女とさえ対等な本当に幸せな世界だったの。うまく思い出せないけど、そこでは私ベアトリーチェ様とさえ対等な関係で良い友達でいられた気がする。
あの魔女がいるならろくな理想郷じゃないよ。で、その幸せな黄金郷に姉さんはジョージ様と一緒に行きたいわけだ。おかしな話だね。黄金郷は全てが満ち足りた理想郷なわけでしょ。ジョージ様がいなくても十分に満たされてそうだけど。
黄金郷はね、とても穏やかで安らかで、すべてが対等で公平だけれど、幸せだけ実は抜けてるの。
幸せな世界じゃないの？
もちろん安らかで穏やかで公平というだけですごい幸せな世界だよ。でもそれは例えるなら、すべての悩みというマイナスから解放されたゼロの世界なの。
It just sounds more and more like the root.
人の世はマイナスで満ちてるから、もちろんゼロというのはものすごい幸福なわけだけど、それでもゼロなの。贅沢だよね。それはこういう感じ。穏やかな休日の朝のまどろみの時、最愛の人も隣にいてくれて手を握っててくれたなら、もっともっと素敵な幸せになれるみたいな。ごめん、姉さんは例えが下手くそだね。バカだから。
I mean, it almost sounds like Nirvana. Well.
つまり姉さんにとっての最高の幸せとは、ジョージ様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことってわけだ。
そしてきっとカノン君にとってはお嬢様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことだよ。
公平な世界で二人は悩みから解放され、なんだかおかしな宗教を吹き込まれてるみたいだ。僕はもっとこう俗物的な、魔法の薬を与えられると人間に生まれ変われるとか、そういう感じの世界を想像してたよ。
行けばわかるよ。ベアトリーチェ様が本当に気まぐれな方なら、いつかきっとカノン君にも垣間見させてくれるに違いない。そうすれば姉さんの例えがよくわかるようになるから。
ま、過剰な期待はしないことにしとくよ。いずれにせよ、今回の僕たちはこれでゲームオーバーみたいだし、別の機会に期待するさ。
そうだね。おかしな期待を持つとベアトリーチェ様にまたつけ込まれる。何も考えずただ運命に身を任せるのが私たちには一番かもしれない。
僕たちはただチェスの駒であればいいんだ。何を考えても考えなくても、どうせ魔女のチェス盤からは逃れられない。後のお役目はどういびり殺されるか、ただ待つことだけさ。
Lovely. Our role now is just to wait and see how we'll be tortured to death. Lovely.
そんな僕らに黄金鏡の夢なんて虚しすぎる。
そうだね。ごめん。
Shannon shrugged his shoulders, then told Shannon to leave him alone because she was in the way of his duty, distancing himself from her. Realizing her thoughtlessness in bringing up such an inappropriate topic, and instead hurting Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. Shannon wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and crouched down in a corner by herself. At that moment, Shannon perked up. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a strange sound.
どうしたの？
旦那様、誰か来ます。
何？
They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while, they couldn't hear anything. But eventually, they were able to hear the shuffling sounds of a large group of people walking.
おいでなすったわね。
年貢の納め時か、さもなくも最初で最後のチャンスか。
私が金蔵さんと話しましょう。なんとかここの場所を聞き出してみます。
期待してるわ。
During the last phone call, Kyrie had asked what the time over at the guest house was. By doing that, Kyrie had learned that it was the same as her watch, and she learned that their watches hadn't been set back. Interesting. Unless it was all planned beforehand. I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know how they would do that. It wasn't just the clocks on the walls in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George's and Goda's, had matched. If that was the case, then it had only been a few minutes between the time of the massacre in the dining hall and the time they'd been transported to the dungeon. Not enough time had passed for them to be knocked out and carried away. Then were those really pitfalls? Meaning that this was the area directly under the dining hall? All they could do was pray that Nanjo could find out where this was.
来ます。多分、人数は4人。親方様、並びに食堂に姿を現したうちの3人かと。
もう十分だ。君も後ろに下がりたまえ。あとは私たちで応対する。
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないけど電話のところに座ってもらえる？スカートで電話を隠して。
はい。
The shuffling came close. and there was the sound of a large door being opened in the hallway. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the hall, stroking the walls with sharp, razor-like shadows. And then, the light from the lantern they held illuminated the prisoners through the bars. The bars' sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 silhouettes: Kinzo, Ronove, Virgilia, and Gap.
後ろ宮家当主ゴールド皆様ご静粛。
Yeah, they didn't have that in the right order. So,
ゴールドスミス？
親父殿のペンネームだ。怪しげな魔導書を書くとき、そういう名を署名しているようだ。
Goldsmith? You mean Darth Kinzo?
金蔵を英語風に？それならゴールドウェアハウスが正しいんじゃないの？
ウェアハウスは倉庫、ただ溜め込むに過ぎぬ。しかし私は金を生み出し、細工し、さらに価値を高めるのだ。スミスの方がよりふさわしいと思わんかね？
確かに。無駄口を失礼しました。
金蔵さん、これはどういうことなんだね。ここは一体どこなんだ？
The only sad part about not voicing the characters anymore is that I won't be able to do Darth Kinzo voice.
おや、我が友よ。思い出せんかね。さすがにその牢の中に入った経験はないだろうが、この廊下を歩いた記憶はあるはずだ。
まさか。
心当たりがあるの？
いや、しかし、考えられない。第一、私たちは落とし穴に落ち、しかもほんの数分でここに閉じ込められたのですぞ。そんなことは物理的に、距離的にありえない。
人間にはね。
お父さん、ここは屋敷ですか？屋敷にこんな地下があったとは。
フラウス、お前たちがその存在をささやき、何度か私の後をつけ回して探ろうともしたではないか。それがここだよ。いや、正確にはそこの地下というべきか。
まさかここはクワドリアンの地下ですか？
ご検察の通りです。こちらはクワドリアンの地下でございます。 クワドリアン？まさか噂の親父殿の隠し屋敷なのか？本当に実在したのか？
我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェのためだけに築いた屋敷である。地上部分は美しき上品な屋敷なのであるが、そこを案内できず実に残念に思うぞ。
こんな牢屋があるお屋敷で二人きりなんて素敵ね。どうもお父様とは性癖が合わないみたいよ。
キリエさん、無礼な発言はお控えになった方が賢明ですよ。でも同感よ。私も送られた屋敷にこんな力があったら 100年の恋も冷めて金目のものだけいただいてとんずらするわ。
おや、そういうご趣味はございませんか。てっきりキュンキュンしちゃうとばかり。
もちろんキュンキュンしちゃうわよ。誕生日のプレゼントに首輪なんかもらっちゃったりしたらね。ただしイケメンに限る。
Is this her catchphrase or something? But only if he's hot. Oh my.
お静かに。首輪より猿靴輪が必要ですか？
あら、あなたはそっちもいけちゃうの？
Somebody needs to bonk Gop.
リアって好き嫌いないのね。
Right, what was Beatrice? What did Gop call Beatrice? Oh, well, Virgilia could just be shortened into Leah.
勝手に人の名前を略さないでください。
ねえ、やかましいぞ女たち。お前たちも同じ牢に閉じ込められたいというのか。
これは失礼いたしました、親方様。この牢体にこのような寒い牢獄では身が持ちませぬ。
Virgilia quickly apologized, but Gop and Ronove merely laughed together. It was like they thought they alone couldn't be imprisoned, or else that even if someone had tried to imprison them, it would be pointless.
牢とは捕らえ逃がさぬこと。それはすなわち生涯手放さぬとの強い意志と愛である。逃げても諦められる程度の女ならば愛を語るに値しない。
Concern.
鎖で縛ってでも逃がしたくないと思うほどに苦しくなる女。
Very much concern.
そこまでに至ってこそ我が生涯を捧げるに値する愛である。お前にそれを別れとは言わぬよ。
私は誰にも縛れない。縛られない。愛されたいんじゃないの。愛したいの。私もゴールドスミスと同じよ。だからよくわかるわ。あなたの愛の狂気。
愛と狂気は紙一重というわけかね。実に旗迷惑な話だ。
しかしあっさり所在地が分かったのは大きいわ。詳しい経緯は後で聞くけど、南條先生はここをご存知なのね。
はい。そこの廊下がクアドリアンの地下通路ならば、あの先をまっすぐ行けば長い地下道になり、それをずっと歩けば屋敷に戻れるはずだ。
Oh, there's a tunnel from the mansion to Kuadorian.
この鉄格子さえ何とかできれば屋敷に帰れるってことね。
Just casually talking about this in front of their captors.
お父さん、私たちをどうするつもりですか？
Oh, I wonder. It's not like he told you that he was going to kill all of you or anything.
すでに宣告した通り、お前たちは後の晩のための生贄である。都合よく人数も5人。えぐりて殺す5人の人質にぴったりであろう。
なるほど。私たちも 年貢の納め時というわけですか。
やがてはな。だが今はそのために訪れたのではない。安心せよ。それに言ったはずだ。もしも孫たちの誰かが我が全てを継承するにふさわしいと認められたなら、この儀式は中断する。つまりお前たちは命拾いをするというわけだ。
お子さんたちに何をするつもりですか。
次期当主にふさわしいかどうかテストを与える。その結果、私をうならせる者が一人でもいたならば儀式は中断する。
ふさわしい者がいなかったら子供たちはどうするつもりですか。
それを心配する必要はない。どうせ先に生贄とされるのはお前たちだ。その後のことなど知ったことではなかろうに。お前たちは自らの命運を自らの子供たちに委ねるのだ。お前たちが産み教え育ててきた結晶が子供たちだ。お前たちの命運を委ねるに実にふさわしい存在のはず。そう心配そうな顔をするなよ、クラウス。お前の自慢の100億の価値のある娘を信じろよ。
まったくね。子供は親の結晶よ。親の命運を預けるにふさわしいわ。お父様にとってもね。
肝の据わった女だ。ルドルフにはもったいない。
キリエさん、あまり挑発しない方がいい。
同感だ。今は耐えよ
う。そうね。どうせ私たちはまな板の上の恋よ。今さら何もできやしない。
私に対し威勢のいい口を叩くことはできるがな。嫌いではないぞ、そういう女は。ベアトリーチェも初めはそういう女だった。
Concern.
親方様、そろそろ本題を。さっきから脱線しまくりです。
おお、そうであったな。すまぬすまぬ、我が友よ。それでは本題に入ろう。そのために電話を用意しておいたのだ。シャノン、知恵が回るな。もう隠さなくてもよいぞ。
He prepared the phone.
それは私が用意させたのだ。
失礼いたしました。
Shannon quickly withdrew herself, and the telephone was revealed.
クラウスよ。ゲストハウスの孫たちに電話をかけるがよい。そして我がテストを、試練の始まりを彼らに告げるのだ。
Ronove motioned for Kraus to pick up the receiver.
嫌だと言ったら。
ほほう、 取引の余地がどこにあるというのか。お前が電話をせぬというなら、孫たちにはチャンスさえも与えぬ。後ろ宮家はこれにて終わり。お前たちは直ちに生贄だ。
直ちに生贄なら幸運よ。あなたたちの眼前で子供たちを先に生贄にされた方が辛いと思うけれど。
There's some reason they need Kraus to call. Or are they just doing it because he doesn't really care either way?
生贄の順番は親方様が決めます。勝手なことを言わないように。
Master is the one who decides the sacrifice order. It's not random. It's not random.
リア、今私の名前を縮めようとして詰まったでしょ。
してません。だから勝手に人の名前を略さないように。
女は実に
かしましいですな。
I like how that's how they end the scene. Women are truly noisy. End scene. This amuses me. World 12 years later, October 1998. Man, we didn't get much Darth Kinzo today. You know what? I feel like this would be a good place to stop. Yeah, I'm feeling like today this would be a good place to stop here. Let's save. First save on page 5. I haven't heard the noise for anything changing here. Yeah, nobody's listed as dead. Nothing has changed for Maria here. Nothing has changed for Maria here either. Even though she's like evil Maria now. Yeah. So tomorrow we'll be back with Wolong. So I'm gonna see how far we can get with Wolong this week. I am almost sure we're not gonna actually finish it this week. And then next week I'm gonna be playing Remnant 2. So after this, or this is gonna be the last week of Wolong for a while. I imagine Remnant 2 should take me a while. It better if I'm buying it full price. Oh my. Yeah, still not sure whether I'm gonna get the early access edition, the ultimate edition. I'm gonna wait until like the day before or something probably, to see if they give any more info on what that all entails. I do hate to buy things, or I do hate to pre-order. Nowadays, it just does not seem like a very good idea. I don't know. But maybe, Opium, maybe I can trust the devs of the devs of Remnant to have a good game on release. The copium is real. Oh my. But yeah, so that's gonna be it for today. In the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye bye.